And beyond Nigeria, we see our partnership beginning to be part of the conversation and a reference point in terms of macroeconomic reform that we have not only just implemented on a wide scale, but are sustaining despite all odds. So in conclusion, we are going from dialogue to delivery. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are moving from an era of constrained aid. There's not so much out there in fact, overseas developers to the emerging economies and developing countries and it is a in-debt service framework provides the roadmap. Nigeria's renewed hope agenda and action provides
Nigeria. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the IDB Group Day in Nigeria. This event marks an important milestone in the long-standing and valuable partnership between the Islamic Development Bank and the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Today's gathering is more than a ceremonial occasion. It is an opportunity to reflect on our shared journey, to showcase the mission and the instruments of the IDB Group and to reaffirm our commitment to supporting Nigeria's development aspirations in an increasingly complex global environment. We meet actually now at a time when the world faces profound challenges: economic volatility, climate change, food insecurity, geopolitical tensions. These challenges test the resilience of nations. These challenges test also the resilience of the Islamic Development Bank, which provides sovereign financing and supports infrastructure and PPP, public-private partnership projects. The Islamic Development Bank Institute, which advances research, capacity development and innovation. The Islamic Corporate and Innovation. The Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, ICD, which promotes private sector growth and access to capital markets. The Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of, and the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, the ITFC, which strengthens trade among member countries and supports businesses through trade finance solutions. Together, these institutions provide a comprehensive development ecosystem combining finance, insurance, capacity building, and trade support. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria holds a prominent and strategic place within the IDB Group. Our partnership has expanded across key sectors, including agriculture, energy, transport, health, and through this intervention, we aim not only to finance projects, but to create jobs, strengthen institutions, and improve the quality of life for communities across the country. Infrastructure development remains central to our engagement, recognizing its catalytic role in unlocking economic potential. At the same time, on human capital, because roads and power plants alone do not transform nations, people do. By investing out of the Nigeria portfolio spans 21, so out of Nigeria's 36 states, our portfolio spans 21 states, ensuring that our support reaches Nigerians across multiple regions of the country. Project implementation and disbursement performance in Nigeria have gained significant momentum in recent years. Disbursements have grown significantly, 5-fold over the last 5 years. We expect this upward trend to continue in 2026 and beyond, driven by the approval of major operations and the conclusion and working capital to large corporations and project-based ventures, particularly such as
Republic of Nigeria, the Islamic Development Bank Group, ISDB Group, has become a trusted partner for this impactful transformation. With 148 projects successfully streamed, the ISDB Group has channeled nearly $2 billion in financing into the heart of the Nigerian economy, investing in sustainable infrastructure and inclusive human development. This success is driven by our collective strength. Across the nation, our impact is tangible. We are rehabilitating strategic economic corridors to link cities and commerce. Through these efforts, we are upgrading 82 kilometers of major intercity roads while also constructing 70 kilometers of new feeder roads. We are connecting rural farmers to regional markets. We are lighting the path to progress, providing over 17,000 households and businesses with clean, affordable, renewable energy, lowering household costs while boosting local business productivity. From driving a 115% increase in crop yields and expanding irrigation schemes by 1,000 hectares for our farmers, to building 6 science secondary schools that are equipping a new generation of innovators and saving lives through the completion of a state-of-the-art 300-bed specialized hospital. The ISDB Group is delivering on its promise of localized progress. Central to our mission is empowering women and youth, addressing the 15.9% currently outside of education or work. Through the ICD, ISDB's private sector arm, the Brave Women Nigeria project is providing the capital and capacity building that turns women entrepreneurs into industry leaders. This work is complemented by our trade finance engine, ITFC, which has provided 9 trade finance facilities to help SMEs access Sharia-compliant funding and a dedicated wheat import facility. This is securing Nigeria's food supply and providing essential credit that allows local businesses to scale and thrive.
Going forward, we want to really help the country in its drive towards economic diversification, structural transformation, and we really want to help build the capacity in terms of productivity and resilience of the Nigerian population so that they are better placed for a more prosperous future.
Guided by ISDB Group's new country engagement framework for Nigeria, we have joined hands with the federal government in shifting towards large-scale federal programs that drive structural transformation. With an indicative financing envelope of nearly $2 billion for high-impact interventions, this ISDB blueprint supports Nigeria's 2050 goals, decoupling growth from oil to empower a diversified, inclusive, and private sector-led economy. This catalyst begins with education, bridging the gap for out-of-school and Almajiri children. The Bilingual Education Project is providing the younger generation across 9 states with the required infrastructure and knowledge to build a better, bolder, and brighter tomorrow. We have constructed 30 model boarding schools, providing 19,200 students with more than just classrooms. We are providing them with the tools and confidence to contribute to a modern Nigeria. Beyond the classroom, we are securing the livelihoods that sustain our communities. The Kano State Agro-Pastoral Development Project, a landmark collaboration between the ISDB, the Lives and Livelihoods Fund, and the Kano State government, is helping shape the state's agricultural landscape, targeting the lives of 5.3 million people.
My life wasn't going well back then. ISDB came and supported me, and I have seen so many changes. Back then, I used to farm about 2 hectares, but now I cultivate around 6 hectares, in addition to other farmlands.
But through the KSDP project, I was supported with a shop that helped expand my business, and I'm very happy about it. This business has helped me in many ways. Because of it, I have been able to build a house, acquire assets, feed my family, and even employ others to help manage the business.
Before KSADB introduced this program and gave us the rice grinding engine, our work was slow and stressful. With this support, we can now process up to 40 bags or even more. The work is faster, easier and more productive.
Before this ISDB program, our farming work was very stressful. I used to rely on bikemen to transport my farm produce, and it was not easy. But with the support from the Islamic Development Bank, things have really improved.
We sincerely thank ISDB for bringing this program to us and to our neighboring communities. It has made a real difference. We pray that God will help them provide even more equipment so that we can continue to improve our work and serve our people better.
Every project completed is a promise kept. Every life touched is a future secured. Together with our partners in the Nigerian government, the Islamic Development Bank is building a resilient Nigeria, one life at a time. ISDB, empowering people and shaping the future.
Thank you very much. We now move to an important milestone of today's event. The ISDB Group Country Engagement Framework signing ceremony for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. May I now kindly invite His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Adebayo Olawale-Edun. I'd also like to invite His Excellency Mr. Anas Asami, the head of the ISDB Group Delegation and Director General of the Country Programs at the Islamic Development Bank, to come up on the stage for the signing ceremony. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this moment right here symbolizes an important step toward deeper collaboration between Nigeria and the Islamic Development Bank Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving them a round of applause. I would now request His Excellency Adebayo Olawale-Edun and His Excellency Mr. Anase Asami to remain on stage for the group photo. I'd also like to, at this point, invite all the ISDB group delegation to please join the group photo. Distinguished guests, we will now proceed for a networking coffee break at the main restaurant. For the media representatives, your coffee break would be at the press conference room, and the ushers will guide you there. The program will resume promptly at 10:50 a.m. with the first series of ISDB group presentations. Thank you, and please enjoy your break.
if you work with a team and you always have a ton of good ideas, but you don't know how to explain it well and you want to seem smart,
Managed WordPress hosting by Hostinger.
Hi, my name is Dot Lung. I'm a global social media strategist working with companies around the world like Wix, Digital Design Days, and Motionographer. My mission is to empower creative people to achieve their goals with social media. Most people have the misconception that Instagram is easy to do, but the truth is there's a formula to an effective social media presence. The possibilities are endless if you can communicate with purpose. My unique formula is based on dialogue, relatability, authenticity, giving value, sharing your opinion, and having niche clarity. That's why I call it the Dragon's Formula. It's all about engaging with your niche market and creating relevant content so that you can show up on the feed organically. Giving value consistently is the key to creating a long-lasting, engaged community. You can use Instagram to be a thought leader and get the spotlight in your industry. In this Domestica course, you will learn how to create a strategy for your business by fostering genuine connections and building meaningful relationships. As a final project, you will create your own Instagram strategy and produce a month full of engaging social media posts for your business. We will learn all the elements of the Dragons formula, which is the basic method you need to learn before you take on any social media endeavor. We will put the Dragons formula to action to create content strategies to fill your Instagram with engaging content. I will show you why having a calendar is crucial, how to create an Instagram post, how to caption it, how to use hashtags, and actually how to go live with your posts. We will also talk about how to increase your reach organically with engagement pods. I'll show you the secret sauce to metrics that actually matter, like retention and real community building. At the end of this course, you will learn how to think about content creation for social media and the ways to make it engaging to build a loyal community and tribe. This course is aimed for any entrepreneur, freelancer, or individual who wants to create a new brand or business with Instagram. Create a plan for your business and become a trusted strategist for any brand.
Steam rising from the cup in my hands, early light spilling through the blinds, and you're still here half asleep, like the piece I tried to find. No makeup, no noise, no rush, just your breath moving slow. And I swear the way you're next to me makes the whole world softer, you know. Ain't no headlines, ain't no pressure, just a calm we can measure. It's coffee and quiet love, slow mornings and gentle touch. No need to say too much, 'cause it's feelings enough. Coffee and quiet love, you and me before the world wakes up. If I could stay right here forever, I swear I would, I swear I would. Phone buzzing, but I let it ring. Let the day wait outside the door, 'cause the moment you open your eyes, I don't need anything more. You smile like you got nowhere to be, like time isn't chasing you and I. Stop believing love can be easy when it's built this true. No drama, no doubt in the air, just you in the morning. Here's coffee and quiet, slow mornings and gentle, intelligent. No need to say too much, 'cause it's feelings enough. Coffee and quiet love, coffee and quiet love, you and me before the world wakes up. If I could stay right here forever, I swear I would, I swear I would. If the world gets heavy later, if my mind starts running wild, I'll come back to this moment, to the peace inside your smile. Some love is loud like thunder, but ours is like sunrise, slow, steady, getting brighter, right before my eyes. Just stay, coffee and quiet love, just stay, coffee and quiet love, double. Coffee and quiet love, coffee and quiet love, coffee and quiet love. dancing on your shoulders. Golden like he knows your name. You're still wrapped up in my t-shirt. Nothing else feels the same. Outside the world is moving fast, but in here time feels kind. Like love was made for mornings when your heart is clear and fine. You don't have to say a word, I can feel you close. Sunlight on your skin and peace in the way you breathe. Every time the morning comes, I fall again so easily. Sunlight on your skin, like heaven's resting on you. If love had a color, baby, it would look like you. I've been tired of the heavy nights, tired of rushing through my days, but you slow me down so gently in your soft, unbothered ways. The way you stretch and smile at me, like you're not afraid to stay, makes me feel like love is simple when it's honest anyway. Let the day wait on the other side. Right now you're all I need. Sunlight on your skin and peace in the way you breathe. Every time the morning comes, I fall again so easily. Sunlight on your skin, like heaven's resting on you. If love had a color, baby, it would look like you. If I ever lose my focus, if I ever lose my way, I'll remember how you look right now, like calm in human shape. And I'll come back to this feeling, this quiet little truth. Some mornings make you grateful just to wake up next to you. Sunlight on your skin, sunlight on your skin, sunlight on your skin, sunlight on your skin. You don't rush me when I'm waking. You don't pull me from my dreams. You just lay right there beside me, like you've always been my peace. Curtains open, sky still pale, birds singing low outside. And you kiss me like you've got time, like love doesn't have to hide. Soft morning, slow kisses, no rush, no missing pieces. Just your lips and my heartbeat, keeping perfect, easy rhythm. Soft morning, slow kisses, a love that feels like forgiveness. If the day gets harder later, I'll remember. You make breakfast with your hair tied, barefoot walking in the kitchen. I just watch you like a song. I never wanna stop listening, and I swear the little moments hit deeper than the grand, 'cause peace is in the simple things, like holding your warm hand. If love safe place, then mornings are the proof. Soft kiss, slow kiss, no rush, no missing pieces. Touch your lips and my heartbeat, keeping perfect, easy rhythm. Soft, slow kisses, a love that feels like forgiveness. If the day gets hard later, I'll remember this soft night, soft night, this soft night,
Your mind been running circles. I can see it in your eyes. Even when you try to smile, it's always fine. But you don't have to carry it here. Not alone, not today. Come closer, let me hold you till the noise fades away. Breathe easy, baby. Let the morning calm you down. Let my love be your shelter when your thoughts get too loud. Breathe easy, baby. You don't have to fight alone. Right here in my arms, you can finally come home. We ain't got to solve it all. We ain't gotta move too fast. Sometimes healing happens quietly when you let the pressure pass. So take your time, take your peace. Let the sunrise do its part. I'll be right here reminding you you're safe inside my heart. Inhale, exhale, let it go. Breathe easy, let the morning calm you down. Let my love be your shelter when your thoughts get too loud. Breathe easy, baby. You don't have to fight alone. Right here in my arms, you can finally come home. Breathe The day can wait outside the window. Let it knock, let it call. 'Cause I've learned peace is a choice, and I'm choosing it all. I don't wanna start in a hurry. I don't wanna live on edge. I just wanna love you slowly, like my heart finally learned. Come, let's wait first, before the world gets in, before the noise starts talking, before the day begins.
you.
The interview question that decides everything. What AI tools do you use? If you say Chat GPT, you're done.
Stop. Please stop using ChatGPT like it's Google. Get AI certified.
Everybody needs a little time away. I've heard her say from each other. Even lovers need a holiday. Far away from each other. Oh, now it's hard for me to say I'm sorry. I just want you to stay. After all that we've been through, I will make it up to you. I promise to. And after all that's been said and done, you're just a part of me I can't let go. Couldn't stand to be kept away just for the day from your body. Wouldn't wanna be swept away. Far away from the one that I love. Oh, it's hard for me to say I'm sorry. I just want you to know. Hold me now. I really wanna tell you I'm sorry. I could never let you go. Attention all shoppers, it's cancellation day. Yes, the big adios is just a few hours away. It's last call to do your shopping at the last mall. You'll need the tools for survival and the medicine for the blues, the sweet treats and surprises for the little buckaroos. It's last call, do your shopping at the last mall. Check out girls goodbye. Ride the ramp through the freeway. Beneath the blood orange sky. Last call to do your shopping at the last mall. The last mall. can tell from the plains of your face that you're from out of state. Here in the willows, now here's the deal. Tomorrow's for squares and tonight's for real. Groove time. Do you hear the slang of ages? Show me how it's done. Now, did you say you were from the Netherlands? Or was that netherworld? If you grew up in Amsterdam, well then I'm the Duke of Earl. These tabs look iffy, but you say they're good. Let's roll with the homies and knock on wood. Drop me off in groove time. Soothe me with the slang of ages. Show me where I turn.
Scribe makes step-by-step guides for any process with AI. You know what's terrifying at work? When you start a new job and there's no training. None of the processes are documented and you're completely
you move with hosting a sale. For just 3,900 naira a month, get managed hosting for WordPress and run it with the world's first AI agent. Create your WordPress site.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will now begin the first series of presentations from the Islamic Development Bank Group, which will provide deeper insight into the institution's programs, investment opportunities, and development initiatives. But before we start, we will be playing a short video introducing the ISDB Group private sector entities, highlighting their roles in supporting investment, trade finance, and insurance solutions. Please turn your attention to the multimedia screen.
For countries to develop their economies, achieve sustainable development goals, and create new jobs, they need to have access to finance and be able to mitigate political and commercial risks. In line with the emerging needs of the private sector in its members' countries, the Islamic Development Bank Group, ISDB Group, created 3 dedicated business arms. Working with ISDB Group entities, private sector and SME clients get access to needed resources and support their own growth, which includes Islamic trade finance solutions, project investment, and Islamic insurance against business risk. Attracting investments and exports is vital to a thriving economy. The Islamic Cooperation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, ISIC, helps OIC member countries achieve this goal through the provision of its insurance and reassurance solutions. These Sharia-compliant solutions enlarge the scope of cross-border trade and enable foreign investment by giving you confidence to enter new markets in a risk-mitigated manner. Our solutions can help unlock transactions, facilitating foreign investment while making your business more competitive. The Islamic Cooperation for the Development of the Private Sector, ICD, is mandated to support the private sector in its member countries. ICD builds partnerships to establish collective financing. ICD focuses its financing on development projects that aim to create job opportunities, encourage exports, and boost the economic growth of its member countries. In addition, ICD extends lines of finance to support small and medium enterprises, which drive the country's economic development. Briefly, ICD's solutions will help your business achieve its ambitions. We founded the International Islamic Trade Finance Cooperation, ITFC, to catalyze trade. By enhancing intra-OIC trade, we contribute to the growth of imports and exports in our member countries to strengthen their economies. Integrated trade solutions, including trade finance and trade development programs, enables our member countries and private sector clients to access various trade solutions and benefit from cross-border trade activities. ISDB Group entities partner with different private and public stakeholders. These partnerships play a crucial role in enhancing resilience to address common challenges, achieve shared goals, fostering collaboration, leverage resources, and create new solutions. Building resilience through multi-sector partnerships can strengthen communities' capacity to withstand and recover from shocks, promoting long-term sustainability and well-being. Together, our organizations address every challenge your business faces through a comprehensive partnership formula. ICD finances your projects. ITFC finances and boosts your trade deals. ISIC ensures your investment and export transactions. And ISDB's Group Business Forum, THICR, promotes synergy among ISDB Group member countries. The result is a perfect ecosystem for your business to grow.
I would now like to invite the speakers to come up on the stage and take their seats. Please join me as I make welcome Mr. Hamad Zafar Hamdel, Head of the ISDB Group Regional Hub of Abuja. I'd also like to make welcome Mr. Pape Diagne, Country Manager, Senegal, SSAE Region Division, Business Development Department at ISIC. Joining them upstage is Mr. Mohamedul Sam, Principal Direct Finance, Banking Department at ICD. I'd also like to invite upstage Mr. Amara Musa Dumbia, Manager, Relationship Management, Trade, Finance at ITFC. Also joining them would be Mr. Sahal Al-Marwai, Division Manager, Outreach and Events Management at THICR. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our first presenter is the head of the ISDB Group Regional Hub of Abuja. Please make welcome Mr. Hamad Zafar Hamdel.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Assalamu alaikum. A very warm welcome to all of you. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister, Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Excellency Wale Edun, DG Anas Esami, of course, Honorable Dr. Mansoor Mukhtar, the Chairman of Bank of Industry, the Minister of State Minister of Works, and all the honorable delegates and ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a pleasure to present on behalf of the Islamic Development Bank Group a short presentation introducing what we do, what is our mission, the role and purpose of the bank group, and what we are doing in Nigeria. My name is Hamad Zafar Hamdel. As you've seen, I'm the head of the ISDB Group Regional Hub in Abuja, Nigeria. So this regional hub covers 6 countries, as we'll come to later on in the presentation. First, let me just walk you through what is the Islamic Development Bank Group. Our vision is to strive to become the development partner of choice for all our member countries, which is inspired by the Islamic principles that helps transform the landscape of comprehensive human development in the Muslim world and preserve human dignity. So this is a key word which I think it resonates well because without dignity, preserving human dignity, we cannot deliver on the big progress, big promises of social development. Our mission is we exist to foster economic development and social progress of member countries and Muslim communities individually as well as jointly in accordance with the principles of Sharia. We were established back in 1975. We just celebrated our 50-year anniversary. a couple of years back. We are spread across 4 continents. We have 57 member countries, and we are owned by them. As we say, this is the development bank, the MDB of our member countries. So it's the development bank owned by Nigeria. It's your bank, right? So we have the shareholding, which illustrates how important Nigeria is. It's a major shareholder of the Islamic Development Bank. We are spread across 9 regional hubs and 1 center of excellence. So these regional hubs allow us to reach out to public and private sector entities and provide localized solutions. We've tried to expand our presence in countries through this regional offices model. Now let me just share with you some of the principles and the structure and model of Islamic finance. The Islamic finance refers to the core principles of the bank. We serve all the 57 member countries of the OIC regardless of belief or ethnicity. It is a way to finance development. And there is a special mandate to support Muslim communities in non-member countries, but we use mainly Sharia-compliant instruments, which are asset-based, and we talked about the risk-sharing aspect of it, which provides some stability as we saw through the global financial crisis. This is something which comes in handy. It's directly tied to the real economy, and it's transparent. We have a structure which is an MDB, a multilateral development bank, which means that we have a board of governors, all the ministers of finance, like the Honorable Minister, the central bank governors, the development ministers, from the member countries, they are in our board of governors. We have a board of executive directors, which has 18 members representing all shareholders, and Nigeria also is represented in the board of executive directors. We have 2 vice presidents, one for operations and one for finance. And the MDB model, of course, we are a AAA rated institution, one of the very few ones in the Islamic world, a premier Islamic finance institution which is AAA rated. And we can leverage that credit rating, that strength, that balance sheet to mobilize resources. So when we issue sukuk, when we help our countries issue sukuk, that are at a lower cost. We are able to access wider pools of resources across the globe. So we provide financing at much lower cost than would otherwise be possible through commercial levels of financing, through even normal bonds, etc., because we are an MDB. And we are a group, and over time we have evolved from the parent bank to also institute and develop, establish newer entities to serve the private sector development in our member countries. And those include, as you know, the ISEC, the insurance arm, which de-risks investment, the private sector arm, ICD, the trade finance arm, ITFC, and of course ISDB Institute, which provides knowledge-based solutions and capacity building. Our main products and services, public financing, project financing is always there, trade financing, insurance of investment and export credit. In addition, we provide support to STI, Science, Technology and Innovation programs, asset and fund management, and of course, we have capacity development programs and economic empowerment programs, but we also have, importantly, development of Islamic finance industry as one of our core mandates. It's enshrined in our articles of agreement. We have established so many catalytic Islamic finance institutions which have gone on to really develop the Islamic finance industry in our member countries and beyond. It was mentioned that we operate through a strategic framework, and that is built on consultation from our member countries. So those member countries which own us, they drive what is our strategy, where do we place ourselves, and what do we want to achieve. And so that's why our strategic drivers for the recently launched strategic framework has excelling in supporting nationally driven solutions as its first driver. That's our primary thing. We want to start with the national solutions. So those are at the heart and core of our strategic framework. And of course, we apply Islamic finance principles for sustained growth. And that is the ethical part, the capital with a purpose. And then we want to direct resources towards productivity and resilience. Somebody said, I think it's Paul Krugman, who said like, in the long term, productivity is what is everything, which can drive growth, right? So we see that our member countries really need in terms of a productivity leap, a productivity transformation, which can really help them and propel them to a higher trajectory of growth. So that's why it's rightly there. And of course, resilience you would need in the face of all these global shocks which have been mentioned. We believe that all people have the right to live in dignity and prosperity, and that nurturing economic growth is the best route out of poverty. I think this encapsulates and captures the essence of what we believe and what our member countries really want us to do. So all the people can only live in dignity and prosperity if we take the route of economic growth. That is the best way that we can bring them out of poverty. And we equip them to drive their own economic and social progress at scale, putting infrastructure in place to enable them to fulfill their potential. We build partnerships amongst communities, nations, across the public and private sector, and of course we foster innovative and sustainable solutions to the greatest challenges. So this infographic, this schematic kind of captures what our strategic framework is. We have a range of global partners, of course Arab Coordination Group, all the MDBs, other development partner institutions, the UN system, the bilaterals, all are our major partners. And so we work in harmony with them to deliver integrated solutions. Let me now also share with you what we at the regional hub of Abuja, Nigeria, we do. This is roughly our mandate. We have 6 countries now. Nigeria is of course the latest member, but as you can see, it has already become a long-standing, established partner. So we manage about $3 billion of active portfolio, and we're touching the lives of more than 300 million people. And of course, biggest of them is Nigeria. If I could give you a snapshot of our partnership with Nigeria, we started off in 1999. We've already grown, but as we talked about what we've delivered over the last 25 years, 26 years, perhaps we'd be able to do more than that in the next 3 years under the country engagement framework. We've done about $2.4 billion of group level financing, and that has $1.2 billion of ISDB financing, ITFCs there, $500 million ICDs there, and other funds and operations. So we have a strategic collaboration with Nigeria across key priority sectors in agriculture, finance, energy, transport, health, and education. That is fully aligned with the national development agenda. And going forward, we want to move that to scale. Of course, we are spread across all the states, more than 21 now. And beyond financing, we are bringing other solutions. In knowledge, capacity building, reverse linkages. It was mentioned we can really enable and help Nigeria in terms of spreading and sharing the technical expertise, the great success that it has achieved in macroeconomic reforms in other areas with other member countries in Africa and in beyond. Our portfolio is, this is how it's distributed in terms of sectors. Focus on the core infrastructure. That includes transport, energy in terms of economic infrastructure, but also social infrastructure. So we build schools, hospitals, and you have many examples. You saw some of the videos in the morning which kind of illustrated some of the success stories there. In terms of our key messages, and this is what underpins the whole strategic engagement, we have a one group approach. We want to provide like a synergized development solution, integrating all the 5 specialized entities to offer end-to-end solutions throughout the economic value chain. We would like to combine sovereign financing with private sector equity, trade finance, investment insurance. We de-risk critical large-scale projects and bridge financing gaps. And this approach really helps us transform national priorities into bankable projects, directly supporting Nigerian businesses, from MSMEs to large industries, to innovate, to scale operations, and help Nigeria compete globally. We also have a message of scale, which was, I think, repeated a number of times, and I think that's the right message. We are really helping and working hand in hand with Nigeria to scale up our operations. We are also transforming at the group level how we deliver results by shifting from small-scale isolated projects to large-scale national level programs. And this really new approach allows us to deploy resources faster, more effectively across the entire country. And we are working with the national framework, in this case the Renewed Hope Agenda, and Honorable Minister highlighted some of the elements and contours of that agenda, like there's Renewed Hope Infrastructure Fund. This year is the year of social development, all those elements. So we touch them through our nationwide scaled up projects and operations, which we hope and we aspire to deliver impact at scale in an efficient manner. And then finally, country engagement framework. This is what captures, encapsulates our country strategy. So it's a strategic alignment. As we saw, there's a perfect alignment, harmony between what Nigeria wants and aspires to achieve in its development plans and what we aspire to do. So it's a 3-year framework through which we are really helping Nigeria to drive industrialization and economic diversification. And we are investing in sustainable infrastructure and inclusive human capital development, and also supporting the private sector development. And that includes, we're bringing in investments, moving from public sector investments to more private sector investment, private capital. And that is perhaps the name of the game going forward, because that, once Nigeria has achieved macroeconomic stability thanks to very fundamental, very successful reforms, that is the next phase, to accelerate growth, to mobilize resources. So the key elements of the strategy are in terms of, it is a strategic instrument which is aligning with the Agenda 2050 of Nigeria and the 10-year strategic framework for ISDB. But in terms of operational delivery, it is focusing on national level programs, which will really help us to scale up. And we have a very robust pipeline, more than 2 billion. We are even ready to process projects reaching almost $1 billion in a singular year. It depends on the readiness of the projects. We have a pipeline of over 50 projects, which we hope that we'd be able to deliver a large number out of them during the next 3 years. We are coordinating deployment of all ISDB group entities, ITFC, ICD, ISEC, ISDBI, all are here to bring the products and offerings of the whole group through this ISDB Group Day. So that is an opportunity for the country to interact with the Nigerian stakeholders, to the private sector entities, so they can really bring to bear and identify the operations that we can deliver, inshallah, together. So these are the pillars of the national strategy, the country engagement framework. We talked about them, supporting economic transformation through sustainable infrastructure. That includes boosting agriculture, food security, enhancing energy infrastructure, enhancing transport infrastructure, and of course expanding ICT and digitalization. We talked about that, helping young people move into digital creative enterprises, finding innovative solutions. And of course, the second pillar is investing in inclusive human capital and private sector development. We want to really enhance the healthcare infrastructure at the primary level, build the local pharma production capacity. In terms of education, we want to improve the quality and access to high quality education, including technical and vocational education. And of course, we want to help the MSMEs and halal industries. We want to work with the private sector entities of the country to drive competitiveness, development of industrial clusters, linking of the industrial zones, whether this is through large-scale infrastructure projects or through financing. So And of course, the cross-cutting areas, Islamic finance, capacity building is always there. We're working with so many of the development banks in the country to introduce Islamic windows. We have established working relationships with the Islamic banks in the country, JAIS, Taj, to name a few. Of course, climate change and resilience, it cuts across all our interventions. We're going to build capacity. They will have several capacity development programs, including of the PMUs, the executing agencies, and several institutions that we are working with. And women and youth empowerment, as you saw in some of the success stories, is a major theme of all our operations. So I'll stop there. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them in terms of ISDB Group's engagement, its country partnership, and of course the outlook going forward. Thank you very much.
Next, representing the Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, ISIC, please make welcome Mr. Pape Diagne, Country Manager, Senegal, SSAE Region Division, Business Development Department at ISIC.
Thank you very much. So today, what I will do, I'll just walk you through how credit and political risk insurance can act as a catalyst for economic and social development. More specifically, I will present how ISEC supports trade, investment, and financing in emerging markets. The key message here is simple. Risk mitigation is what transforms opportunities into bankable transactions. I'll start by briefly defining the types of risk we are addressing, then I'll position ISEC in its unique role, and after that I'll go through our main product and illustrate everything with some real transaction examples. So in cross-border transaction, two risks dominate. We have credit risk, that we can define like where a counterparty simply cannot or does not pay. And second, we have the political risk, where external factors such as instability, currency restriction, or government actions disrupt the transaction. And I think what we see now in the Middle East shows how political risks have impact on economy. These risks are particularly acute in emerging markets and often prevents financing from happening. This is precisely where institutions like ISEC intervene through our credit risk insurance and our political risk insurance. So what is ISEC? ISEC is a multilateral insurance within the Islamic Development Bank Group. It benefits from strong international rating and long-term market credibility. It specifically lies on offering Sharia-compliant risk mitigation solution. But beyond that, ISEC combines developmental impact and with financial discipline. This dual position makes us a trusted partner for both government and financial institutions. Our mandate is simple. It is to facilitate trade and investment between member states and the rest of the world. It supports both exporters and investors entering emerging markets, and in practical terms, it helps bridge the gap between perceived risk and actual opportunity in our member countries. By doing so, we try to unlock transactions that would otherwise not materialize. This is critical for infrastructure, trade, and industrial development. We also have another role, which is facilitating intra-OIC trade and investment. We play a key role in strengthening OIC trade and investment. Over the time, we have built a significant insured portfolio demonstrating our impact, but beyond the volume, the real value lies in enabling sustainable development, which includes supporting trade, export, and economic integration within our member countries. I'll show you just now, the product offering that we have, in terms of clients, we work with banks and financial institutions through our trade credit insurance offering or political risk insurance. We also work with corporates. We also work with export credit agencies, insurers, and other Exim banks. And since 2024, we have developed a new product, which is the Sukuk insurance policy, where we try and help our member countries being able to issue this Islamic instrument for project-related infrastructure project. So our key product, one of our key products, especially in the sub-Saharan Africa, is the investment insurers. So like you can see in the table, this protects lenders and investors against non-payment by government or SOEs, and is particularly relevant for infrastructure or long-term financing. It improves the risk profile, enhances credit qualities, and reduces financing costs. In many cases, this is what makes large-scale projects in our member countries bankable and scalable. We also have the supplier credit insurance, where we protect the exporters. It covers receivable when goods are sold on deferred payment terms and allow exporters to expand into new or higher risk markets and enable access financing by using insured receivables as collateral. On the banking side, we also have what we call the buyer's credit insurance, where we cover, on the bank's perspective, the buyer's credit insurance protects loan extended to importers. This is often used in public financing or strategic imports. For the banks as well, we have what we call LC insurance, where what we do is that some of the times our banking industry have issue in being able to do a lot of letters of credit. So what ISEC does is that we provide guarantee or insurance to the international confirming banks so that they can extend lines to our local issuing banks. So these are some of the key examples that we've worked on. I think the Honorable Minister talked about the Renewed Hope infrastructure. ISEC is very proud to say that we have been able to support the government of Nigeria in the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road, and we are also working on other projects which are fundamental. And as he said, it is about doing things in coordination, because our real boss is the Ministry of Finance. They are telling us where we should put our offering, where we should put our products so that we have impact in the country. So we also have other examples, such as we were able to cover in Turkey, for example, a PPP transaction that enabled the construction of a hospital. Then we also have trade investment cases where we help an exporter, a Saudi exporter, to be able to provide more facilities to their clients in the whole world. We also have, we help a bank in Uzbekistan to provide more loans to the SMEs by covering their line of financing from an international national bank. So these are just examples to show you how ISEC works and how we can help every sectors in our member countries based on what are the priorities of the government and the private sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, from the Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, ICD, please welcome Mr. Mohamedul Sam, Principal, Direct Finance, Banking Department at ICD.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us today. I'm Habib from the Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, or in short, as you know it now, ICD. Over the next 10 minutes, what I would like to do is to walk you through who we are at ICD, the value we bring to the private sector development across our member countries, especially here in Sub-Saharan Africa, and how we partner with institutions and businesses to drive sustainable impact. So let me start by introducing who we are at ICD. We are the private sector arm of the Islamic Development Bank Group. We were established in 1999 with a clear mandate, which is obviously to support, to develop the private sector across our member countries using exclusively Sharia-compliant instruments. Today, we operate with authorized capital of $4 billion, backed by 56 member countries. That's why we're saying that Nigeria actually is not only beneficiary, but is owning as well the bank. And with a solid A-level credit rating, our partners know basically that they are working with a financially sound and long-term institution, which is particularly relevant here in our region and even globally with all these uncertainties. In fact, here in ICD, by the way, we have a strong presence and we serve 20 member countries from our regional hub of Dakar. So this is what I can say about ICD structurally. So now let's see what it exactly aims to achieve. So ICD, we aim to contribute, as I said, to the development of our private, of the private sector of our member economies. And we try to do it by partnering up with institutions, businesses to unlock growth, create lasting impact, and build sustainable prosperity. And we try to do it by focusing basically on three core pillars. The first one is long-term financing. So we like to identify ourselves as patient capital providers who think in 5 years terms, in decades, so not in quarters or on years. And just to give you an example, our policy, for example, allows for up to 5 years of grace period just to support the investment and the ability of businesses to really transform this or convert this investment into growth and cash flow increase. We approved transaction as well with maturity that go up to 18 years, and in certain cases we can even go higher. Second pillar is our ethical financial solution. So we understand the need and the requirements of our communities, of our clients that most often require Sharia-compliant solutions. So being Islamic corporation, we of course work exclusively with Sharia-compliant instruments. And the third pillar is a strategic partnership that is aligned with a sustainable growth strategy, but as well national plans. We referred here in Nigeria as Renewal Hope Development Plan, where private sector has a key or is a key element in it. So this approach translates into a comprehensive solution suite. And I would like to spend a little bit more time in this slide, and you will see it compared to others. I believe it is important, especially for the audience, which includes institutions and businesses. So our solutions cover the full spectrum of financing needs. So we can provide instruments that fit for long-term project finance. We support the SME indirectly through our bank partners. So we provide line of finance solution to the banks, and ultimately the banks provide financing to SMEs and to individuals. We contribute as well to de-risk certain projects by injecting equity directly. And we contribute to create certain funds that will have, as per the objective or mandate, to finance ultimately the economy. And lastly, we try to give some advisory, especially for the sukuk, for corporate as well as for sovereign institutions. So when I say comprehensive suite of solutions, we see here that we are trying to map the entire economy. So trying to provide financing solution to large corporates, trying to provide financing indirectly to SMEs and individuals, and really trying to provide various instruments, not only debt instruments, but as well as equity instruments. And we don't want to be only a lender, we want to have as well certain impact on mobilizing capital by really giving advisories. And this, let's say, suite of solutions helped us since inception approve a little bit less than $7.6 billion in financing across 575 projects in 48 countries. And as you can see, yes, the bulk of the financing is through debt instruments, but we are as well injecting equity capital and provides funds on funds. These solutions, I will say, are important, but it's not really those solutions that differentiate us, is, I believe, how we deliver them. So first, obviously, Sharia-compliant instruments. We are the only Sharia-compliant multilateral development finance institutions focused exclusively on the private sector. Second, our credit rating offers financial stability that basically our clients, our partners trust. And this is not about balance sheet only, it's about our ability to mobilize capital, attract co-investors, co-financiers, and stand behind our commitment to our clients and our member countries throughout the economic cycles. And I will give here an example. Just in another member country within West Africa, we were able to approve a certain amount in financing, and we were able to attract the same amount of financing from another financial institution, of course, with a Sharia-compliant instrument. The last, I think here, point that really set us apart is the fact that we are really a development partner. That's why I said we are not only lenders. We try to really involve ourselves in projects, even though they are in early stage, such that we don't have only the commercial, let's say, banker hat, but really the development institution hat as well. Now let me move from what we do in terms of results we achieved. I think development finance is not only about measuring basically the intention, it's about measuring the impact. And these are some select figures that I want to share with you. So in Senegal, where we have the regional hub covering sub-Saharan Africa, we approved nearly $242 million. So in Nigeria, through Jay's Bank, we provided a line of finance that helped ultimately create over 1,055 jobs. And remarkably enough, those jobs were 91% woman-led. It's not shown here, but since inception here in Nigeria, $470 million were approved by ICT. So these results are not possible only because we want to, let's say, finance profitable bankable institutions, but it is possible because we have a deep understanding of the local market. And let me explain you what does it mean in practical terms. I think there is a yeah. Okay. So it was not shown in my screen in front of me. That's why the small glitch. Excuse me for that. So I was saying, in particular terms, what does it mean? It means that we have a regional hub where we have 6 investment professionals that are really dedicated only to sub-Saharan Africa, including Nigeria. So we have basically the global backing, our colleagues in Jeddah in other regional hubs, but we really have on ground 6 investment professionals, experts in providing debt instruments, as I said, equity instruments, but as well line of finance, so financing to financial institution, and direct finance, which means financing to corporates, large corporates. We have in 2024 strong performances that demonstrated the strengths of our regional presence here. So across the globe, sub-Saharan Africa basically attracted 22.6% of the ICD institution disbursement, and we achieved a little bit less than 16% of the total ICD approvals in our region. Our local presence. So our local presence, as I said, allow us to cover 20 member countries, but globally, we as an institution helped to support close to 190,000 jobs. We created over 23,000 new positions, including 8,000 for women, and we strengthened over 1,500 SMEs. We collaborate with leading financial institutions, and I was mentioning that not only we are able to engage our balance sheet, but we are able as well to bring in partners from financial institutions, and those partners, when we bring them, of course, under the Islamic trench. So the instrument that they will be providing will be as well Sharia compliant. I think there is an issue maybe with the it's not aligned. But anyway, let me finish or conclude by saying that we try to really engage through, let's say, this kind of event with businesses, with financial institution, and our processes are similar to what one can expect from other financial institutions, but what really set us aside is that the moment we engage, we commit ourselves within 2 weeks or 3 weeks to come back with the potential partner to tell him whether we can participate in the financing of the project, or whether, and we will try to explain as much as we can the constraint that we have in financing those projects. But truly within 2 or 3 weeks, you can have, let's say, a feedback from us telling you exactly whether we have appetite or not. And after we provide that feedback, let's suppose that it is positive, what we try to do, because we have access, since we have access to the decision makers, we really try to fast track the process, because we understand, especially when we wear the commercial hat, that certain time businesses, when they finalize a strategy in terms of investment, they want the cash yesterday. So we really try, and we succeeded. It's not only empty promises. Within 6 months from the initial, let's say, discussions to the disbursement, within 6 months, 7 months, we actually were able to disperse the financing. So straight process, we engage, we discuss, we receive the required documentation, certain details about the project. We give you our feedback within 2 to 3 weeks, provided that it is positive. We really go full throttle on trying to make the transaction happen. And obviously, we try to be very diligent in what we are doing. That's why you will have a due diligence phase where not only the commercial aspects will be reviewed, but as a development impact, we try as well to, in an equally important manner, assess the environmental, the social impact. We are here in Nigeria, but it is the same for all countries. We have a youth population that is most often well educated, that needs jobs. So we really try to make sure that our impact will not only yield to economical return, but will yield as well to social returns without harming our environment. So I will close there. I don't know if it works again. Yes. So you have the contacts. You may take a picture, but all of us, our colleagues from the Regional Hub, including myself, we are really reactive, and you can expect from us, as I said, prompt feedbacks, transparent and straight to the point discussion, because all of us are here with, I believe, the same objective, which is to invest in our economies, reduce poverty, create jobs, and do it in a sustainable way. Thank you for the attention, and I will say let's engage, inshallah, this afternoon after, during the B2B discussions.
Thank you. Our next presentation will be delivered by the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, ITFC. Please welcome Mr. Amara Musa Dobia, Manager, Relationship Management, Trade Finance at ITFC.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the warm welcome. And thank you for the opportunity also to interact with leaders from both public sector and the private sector. So in my role covering the region, we interact on a daily basis with government, SOEs, local banks, partners, and priorities are clear. What is the challenge often is the executions. How do we ensure that strategic commodities such as electricity, food-related commodities, medicines reach people and get finance in a way that is affordable, that is sustainable, and is done fast? This is exactly where ITFC comes in. So ITFC, as said earlier, is the trade finance arm of the ISDB group. We are focused on advancing trade for our member countries, including Nigeria, of course. And we are, since inception, we provided over 92 billion to our member countries, making ITFC the leading trade finance provider to our OIC member countries. These financing impact and improve lives. We intervene on 4 continents: Asia, South America, Middle East, but increasingly we are intervening here in Sub-Saharan Africa, where the needs are critical. So to give you in pictures and numbers our intervention, last year only, we financed and structured for about 9.3 billion in favor of our member countries. 1/3 of the financing were provided in favor of the least developed countries. Energy, of course, is a critical sector. That was the case before, and now more than ever, energy is critical. Beside energy, ITFC intervened also in sectors such as health, agriculture, sectors that promote growth for our countries. So when you look at our total approval since inception in 2008 till last year, you see a growth and a trend that translate, I will say, the responsiveness of ITFC. Even during difficult time globally, ITFC stand ready always to scale up financing in favor of our member countries. And we don't only approve. When we approve, we disperse, and we disperse fast. Because we understand when it comes to trade finance, timing is very critical. So the disbursement rate on average is about 82%. One trend also we observe is our intervention in favor of the private sector. Since for the last 5 years, our intervention for private sector has almost doubled. And we continue through a simple mechanism. Most of the time is line of financing or line of confirmation in favor of local banks. And we are really happy to support some of the local banks here in Nigeria. In terms of sectors, as I mentioned before, almost 70% of our intervention are in energy, followed by food security and also medicine since COVID. In favor of private sector, overall ITFC has extended 20 billion through 55 clients. This is to showcase the importance of the private sector for our corporation. We offer an integrated approach through financing and also capacity building. In terms of product, we have Murabaha, we have Istidra, all Sharia compliance, line of financing, structured commodity financing, and our financing is also accompanied by capacity building, advisory when needed. There is one important product which is very key for particularly SMEs and corporates in our region, is the LC confirmation product. ITFC is investment grade, rated A1. ITFC is part of a AAA group, which is positioned ITFC to be able to confirm and issue LC accepted worldwide. And that is very important to support SMEs and our local corporates. Just imagine some of the banks that we meet explain us that despite 100% cash collateral, they still have challenges to have LC confirmation and support their local business. So this is where ITFC makes a real difference. Beside LC confirmation, we are able also to partner with international banks in Middle East, in Europe, to come and join the syndication, which is helping us to extend all this financing that we are also making in favor of our member countries, both in sovereign and private sector. So it is our capacity to mobilize over 100 big partners worldwide coming and joining our syndication, which is also making ITFC stand out. I already mentioned our intervention in terms of capacity building. But besides capacity building, ITFC also offer advisory services. It has been mentioned, digital is an area of focus and priority for the government. In that regard, ITFC has built expertise to help country if need be. I will not spend time on some of the success stories in the region. Maybe I will spend more time on what we do here in Nigeria. So in Nigeria, since inception, ITFC has approved for over 600 million in favor of mainly the private sector, exclusively the private sector. That was done through 30 operations. It is to support non-interest banks and conventional banks so they can themselves support corporates and SMEs. As of today, we have 70 million active portfolio. And in terms of framework, we signed almost 3 years ago a 1 billion framework agreement with the government to support critical sectors such as energy, private sector, agriculture. Besides financing on the capacity building side, we organize workshops. We have staff for the central bank. We organized 2 years ago a very important workshop to continue to promote Islamic finance in the country. And as you know, Nigeria also joined IITB program, and we are advancing and making sure we have this bridge between the Arab world and entrepreneurs here in Nigeria. In terms of prospects, we are in advanced discussion with some key institutions, including BOI, to support local banks and non-interest and conventional as well. We would like to continue to onboard new institutions, new banks. And as I said, the LC confirmation is a game changer to continue to promote and scale up our intervention in favor of the local banks. And of course, we would like to explore some sovereign backing financing. Area of growth can be the health sector. We would like to support the government in making sure that the 250 million Nigeria people get good medicine. So through a sovereign-backed program. When it comes to the trade capacity building, we are ready to receive requests and see how we can support. So ITFC is ready to scale up its operation in Nigeria, and we look forward to continue the discussions, both in private sector as well as sovereign side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, here from the ISDB Group Business Forum, Thika, please welcome Mr. Sahal Al-Marwai, Division Manager, Outreach and Events Management at Thika.
Thank you very much, everyone. My name is Sahal Al-Marwai. I'm the Division Manager of the Outreach and Events Management, and I'll be presenting now the Islamic Development Bank Group Business Forum, Thika. And the main objective of the ISDB Group Business Forum, Thika, is to establish strategic partnership with the private sector communities in member countries, and at the same time to promote the cross-border investment and trade in member countries. And we do this through 2 pillars. The first pillar is focusing on member countries, where we connect the business communities and private sector communities, through organizing bilateral meetings, B2B and B2G, and also doing the networking events, and at the same time we promote the cross-border investment and trade opportunities in collaboration with our partners in member countries. And we organize also investment and trade conferences and private sector forums. And of course, we build partnership with the private sector community. I mean, through the chambers of commerce, the investment promotion agencies, the business associations, in order to attract foreign direct investment, FDI, to the country. Now, the second pillar is related to the ISDB group, where we promote the ISDB group products, services, and joint solutions and initiatives, and at the same time to promote others, the events and activities and private sector forums with that we organize. And during the last 3 years, we have organized more than 200 events in more than 40 countries. And we have also promoted and facilitated more than 2,000 projects and investment opportunities in member countries. And we have implemented different initiatives in more than 30 countries. And at the same time, we have a dedicated database, and we have built this database during the last 17 years, with the private sector communities in member and non-member countries. And we are happy, to connect with the private sector community in Nigeria, in order to facilitate, the private sector networking and matchmaking, in our upcoming conferences. Of course, we also organize the B2B and B2G meetings, and we are happy, and we have connected with several, representatives from private sector community, and it's going to be a good opportunity, for upcoming, initiatives. Now we have Thika office, in Jeddah, and it's a business hub with the latest communication audiovisual system. And it's, by the way, it's open, and this is our mandate. It's open for the chambers of commerce in member countries, the investment promotion agencies, and the private sector firms, once they network, with their counterpart in let's say GCC or Saudi Arabia. So they can use the office, and we welcome, we have organized also several B2B and B2G meetings for delegations in several countries, and we are happy, to support the Nigerian delegations, chambers of commerce, or investment promotion agencies, or business associations. Now we have also signed several agreements and MOUs with the investment promotion agencies in member countries, business associations, international organizations, to promote the private sector, in our countries, and at the same time, to connect the business community and try our best to promote, the solutions that we offer. These are some of the ISDB group programs and initiatives which were supported and promoted by Thika, including Arab Africa Trade Bridges, FTS, FAB, and other related programs. And Thika also is managing the events and outreach and communication of the Arab Coordination Group. And as you know, they have different functions related to the private sector. And this is going to be a very good opportunity, to connect, with the ACG, which is the second largest donor in the world after DAC. And, we have been connecting, them with several, private sector agencies, and through the B2B, and they will be with us, inshallah, during the annual meeting. And we will have a private sector session during the annual meeting, which I'm going to present later. And we are inviting you, to the private sector forum during the annual meeting. So these are the 3 initiatives that we have implemented in more than 30 countries: the digital country presentation, the Made in series, and the startups competition. And we will provide more information at the exhibition area due to the time constraint. And as you can see, these are some of the promotion materials of Thika, which are available, in the at the exhibition outside the conference hall. And you are welcome, to visit the exhibition, of the ISDB group. Now I'll shift to the ISDB group private sector forum, which is going to be organized, by the private sector entities in collaboration with Thika as well, which is going to be, inshallah, held at Baku, Azerbaijan, during the annual meeting from 16 to 19 June 2026, and we have a short video to be presented, and then I will continue the presentation. So this is going to be the 14th edition of the ISDB Group Private Sector Forum, and we have organized the Private Sector Forum in several countries, including Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Uzbekistan, Tunisia, Morocco, Tajikistan, and other Indonesia and other countries. As you can see, I mean, this is just the major outcomes of last year, where we had more than 1,500 participants representing 50 plus countries. We have organized several events and bilateral meetings as well. And the main objectives of the Private Sector Forum is to share the experiences, best practices, and I mean the opportunities, I mean, during the PSF, and at the same time to arrange B2B and B2G meetings, and also to promote, I mean, the ISDB Group product and services, and to discuss the global challenges. And it's going to be a good opportunity, by the way, to build relationships with other counterparts. Now, these are the main functions and activities of the ISDB Group Private Sector Forum. It's going to be during 4 days of the annual meeting. We're going to have the country presentations. And by the way, we are happy to invite, I mean, the Chamber of Commerce and Investment Promotion Agency to come, I mean, during the annual meeting and Private Sector Forum and present the investment and trade opportunities in the country. So we are inviting only a few countries, I mean, and one of them is going to be, inshallah, Nigeria, and we are inviting, I mean, a lot of investors and business leaders who have confirmed their participation. We will have also the B2B and B2G meetings, the Halal Business Forum as well, and I believe that Nigeria also is interested now, and they are advanced in the Halal industry. We will also have the Investment Promotion Agency's capacity building workshop, and Nigeria confirmed that they are going to participate with us, and hopefully, inshallah, the head of the Investment Promotion Agency will be with us as a speaker, and they will have also an exhibition booth during the annual meeting. We will have also the award ceremony, the startups competition, and the exhibition. Now, we are going to invite, of course, I mean, and of course, we need the help and the support, I mean, from the private sector community to reach out to all, I mean, private sector companies and try to invite them, and I mean to the private sector forum. We are cooperating with the Chamber of Commerce, and hopefully, inshallah, we will have a very good participation from Nigeria. Now, these are some of the high-level speakers and ministers who have participated with us. And as I have mentioned before, we will have a dedicated session for the Arab Coordination Group, and we will organize, for bilateral meetings and networking between the ACG and the participants, who are going to participate related to the private sector. So this is again a good opportunity for everyone, to come and participate. And we will have a dedicated app and platform for the B2B and B2G. And last year, we have organized a lot of business matchmaking, and we have confirmed 64 million contracts, representing several countries. And of course, the entities they have signed during the private sector forum, several MOUs and agreements with a total value of 3.6 billion. And as I have mentioned before, we will have the exhibition of the private sector forum with different categories. So we'll have the member countries exhibition, including Nigeria. We will have the partners booths where we invite banks. We invite also the private sector companies who are interested, to come with us and participate in the private sector forum. We will have also the dedicated section, to present, the opportunities of the countries. And these are some of the, partners who participated with us previously. And this year we are going to have also the 4th edition of the ISDB Group Innovation and Startups Competition. And we will have 3 categories. The first category is financial technology and cybersecurity solutions. The second category is sustainability, agri-tech and food security solutions. And the third category is human development and social service solutions. And we will have more than 300 startups and 35 incubators, accelerators, and venture capitals. And we'll have at the end 9 winners who will be supported by ISDB Group, throughout the journey of implementing their project. By the way, good story, we had good participation from Nigeria. They couldn't come in previous meetings, but annual meetings, but they participated virtually, and they were shortlisted and supported by this initiative. Also, we are launching the PSF 2026 Awards, where we honor the exceptional achievements of private sector companies in areas like trade finance, export credit, and private sector development. And we have independent judges, to manage the process. And again, we are inviting all the private sector community to apply to the awards. We have also developed marketing and communication plan for the event, and we are going to send the invitation, to all the participants who participated with us today, inshallah. And these are some of the materials which are available during, at the conference hall, and also at the exhibition outside the hall related to PSF. And we will share also the links of the ISDB Group Private Sector Forum, inshallah, after the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll now open the floor for questions and comments. If you'd like to ask a question, kindly raise your hand and wait for the microphone. And please keep your questions short and relevant.
Good afternoon. I want to appreciate the organization of this program for giving us opportunity to express ourselves. I want to talk as, hello, my name is Belbada Bolaji. I'm a general manager of Delop Farm. We are into agriculture. I want to use this opportunity to express the feelings of farmers And I want to use two instances that happened recently to pass my message, which is in cocoa market. In 2024, 2025, we have a price of cocoa package in Nigeria around 13,000, 14,000, later 10,000 naira. But as I'm talking to you today, maybe we are buying at the rate of 3,000 naira. And something happened recently around October, November 2025 till today. Why I myself have been a victim of that. We bought at 7,000 naira, we are selling at 3,000 naira. We went into serious shortage in that market. Another thing is concerning the food. To help this country to secure food, the farmers are also passing through processing of perishable goods, where we have some vegetables, maybe like tomato, from the farm, take it to the market. Sometimes you can't even have the consumer buying it. Farmer bring their goods to the market and the food just got perished in the market without taking anything back home. So from my own view, we are trying to encourage processing plants in Nigeria. Taking that cocoa, for example, that when we have these products being processed in the country to the finished point, where we have it maybe as a chocolate, cream, and any other product that can come from it. Because when we look at, we are into palm production, palm oil, we process it. When we process it, even there is changes in price, we can stock it because we know that people will consume it in the country. Please, we want you to help us answer how can we bridge between the farmer and the marketers. We want you to address this point. Thank you very much.
So who's the question directed at?
Okay. My name is Haruna Musa. I'm the MD CEO of Jais Bank PLC, the first non-interest bank in Nigeria. Let me start by commending the IDB group for the impact you have created across the world, and especially in Africa and Nigeria. I've gone through the statistics that has been shared regarding the portfolio of investment. My question is directed to the ICD team. Given Nigeria's economic scale and systemic importance in sub-Saharan Africa, the current level of financing allocation is very low compared to other African countries from the data you shared. So what structural advantages have enabled these other countries, in Africa, to secure significantly larger portfolios, and which can also be realistically replicated within Nigeria's market and context? Thank you very much.
Okay, Bashir Oshodi, Alpha Group, we're fund managers. So basically, to ICD, what is the minimum rating you'll accept for banks to get finance? 1, 2, what can't you give monies to fund managers? Thanks.
Do we want to attempt these questions first, or should we take all the questions at once? One more question.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Tolu Mosuro. I'm the Group Head Agency Loans, AG Mortgage Bank PLC. I want to commend you for your great presentations, but I noticed you didn't have any conversation on development of housing or real estate. So I wanted to ask, are you looking to go in that sector, real estate development, social housing, and the likes? Thank you.
I think I'll ask the last question. Well done for this initiative. Everyone is doing very well. Good interventions across the world, except that I feel it's not enough in Nigeria. First, in terms of social finance, I haven't seen any ISDB popular Waqf project, for example, because I told a development institution just a few weeks back that Nigeria has passed the stage where you will bring food interventions and all that, but we are looking for education, for people to be empowered. I haven't seen any ISDB Waqf project for Nigeria. I'd like to find out. I'm asking everyone on this stage. And the second comment I'd like to make on a lighter note, I haven't seen women in this space when it comes to ISDB's projects, and I've seen all the videos around. I haven't seen any woman. So what's the problem? Yes, thank you.
Okay, can we have the answers now because of our time? ICD, would you like to start?
Do you hear me? Yes? Okay. So I think the first question was, if I phrase it, given the scale of Nigeria economy, why we as ICD did not do more, and based on what was shared as statistics, how come certain countries were, or what was the reason why certain countries attracted more than Nigeria, and what can be changed in Nigeria to attract a similar level of financing? Is the rephrasing correct? Okay, perfect. So I believe the institution actually invested increasingly in the human capital to really have, let's say, a deeper understanding of our our economies here in sub-Saharan Africa. And thanks to that, we were able to increase our exposure. And obviously, if we have 20 member countries, we can't do quality by doing all countries at the same time. So the regional hub is located in Dakar. So strategically, what was done was have a focus on countries that have country rating. That was, let's say, country ratings that were, I would say, strong enough, relatively speaking. And remember that when we say we have 56 member countries, it means 56 member countries are owners of the bank. So we have the fiduciary, let's say, obligation to not destroy the capital, but really invest, have economical and social returns, so that we can increase our investment in member countries. So that is the context. So the short answer is that we focused on certain countries that have good rating. We tried to do or achieve, let's say, our objectives as per our mandate. Now that certain objectives were achieved with those countries, we move to, let's say, other countries in order to really focus on what really the country needs. And as I said, we really need to have first a deep understanding before investing. So Nigeria now is one of those priority countries, and that's why we have more and more engagement. We actually approved, I will not name the company yet because it's not public, but we recently approved, and by say approved, our investment committee approved. Now we are in, let's say, the process of getting the disbursement done of a transaction here in Nigeria. So this is what I can say about the first question. So nothing really structural in other countries. It's really more about phased focus. First in certain countries, maybe close to Senegal, but now more and more in other sub-Saharan member countries. That was the first question, right? I forget something, or is the answer comprehensive enough? Okay. So the second question, sorry, when I was writing down the question, you asked the question. Can you repeat it, please? Okay. So what we do, we try not to really focus only on credit rating. Otherwise, we will not do, let's say, business. What we try to do is to understand, as I said, the local economy. So obviously, we will rely on credit agencies, international ones, but this is for the country. When it comes to businesses, we don't really need actually to rely on any credit rating agency. We rely on the specificities of that entity. Either it is a financial institution or it's a corporate, we have certain eligibility criteria that needs to be met, but really it is the performance, the strengths, the financial strengths, the governance strengths of the entity and the bankability of the project that will drive our decision. So in summary, we do rely in our overall credit assessment on international credit agencies, but again, this is related to the country. When it comes to the business, to the project, we rely on the fundamentals of the project to give our decision. Yes, that was the second question, right? Mm-hmm. The third is housing. No.
Asset management companies. You don't give funds to asset management companies.
Okay,
I was asking why.
So,
or line of finance, as the case may be.
So, there is a specific department that look into, let's say, funds of funds. There is, again, certain eligibility criteria that needs to be met, but there is as well a strategy focus. Do we want to focus on financing directly the companies? As you may understand, when we see a country and when we want to have an exposure on that country, we don't first say, okay, we will have X million or X hundred of millions of direct finance or line of finance. We say, okay, let's try to have maybe an exposure of such amount in this country. And from that, let's say, top-down approach, we then decide or orient the cash flow or the financing towards the bankable projects. It can be funds of funds, it can be, again, line of finance through direct, through financial institution, it can be direct finance, so financing the large corporate. So, in a nutshell, we don't go with the assumption that we will fund managers. We go with the assumption that we need to invest in the private sector of that company, and it is a pipeline that we extract from our understanding of the local market that will drive the financing that we have in that we have available for the country.
So, apologies, can I reframe my question?
Mm-hmm.
Would you then fund instruments like commercial papers, like Sukuk, funds, you know, in other words? Do you understand?
No, I understand your question. I mean, or let me rephrase the question and tell me if I got first your question. Okay? So your question was why we don't channel funds to funds managers.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So that's why I said when we try to assess and try to understand what we can do to have the greatest impact in an economy, we don't straight or directly say, okay, to have the impact in that country, we will provide funds to the funds managers. We don't have, let's say, that approach. Our approach is to say, okay, these are the gaps, and those gaps, actually, to identify them, we can even leverage on the national plan. And from there, we say, okay, we will maybe give an envelope of such amount to the economy for the foreseeable, let's say, future in 5 years or, let's say, 10 years. And it is, again, the pipeline that we receive that will drive the actual financing. So if you, as fund managers, you have a project, you have a fund, let's say, that want to impact this particular sector. And you have your prospectus, let's say, okay, like all other fund managers. You can take that prospectus, engage with us, we interact, and if, let's say, we have a common understanding and we believe that, as you believe, this fund will really have the impact that we want to have as a financial institution, we may contribute to that fund. But if I frame it in an alternative way, you are not competing with other fund managers. You are maybe competing with projects that maybe have high impact.
Correct.
If putting 10 million, let's say, in your fund management firm will yield to, as per the estimation, to 1,000 jobs, but we have actually another project that for the same amount will yield to 10,000 jobs, and maybe in terms of risk assessment, it is lower risk, then obviously we will try to focus or prioritize that transaction or that projects over yours. So I hope that this time I made myself.
That's fine. Not quite
Can
fine.
we try
We'll
to
explore.
Can
We'll
we,
explore
yes.
subsequently.
Can we have the conversations after now because of our time? Because of time, we may not be able to continue the conversations, but we want to say a big thank you to the panelists. Please put your hands together. Okay, so. Okay, so we'll attempt the last question.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think these are all great questions. First, let me address the women part. I mean, all our beneficiaries, and we have a massive number, and you can believe us, we showed the success stories, in the Northern Powerhouse, which is the agricultural heartland. We have huge number of beneficiaries, running into millions, farmers, and you can actually see lives changing. And you have micro entrepreneurs whom we have helped through various means to develop the skills, the crafts, to really become economically empowered, right? And most of them are women. Most of them are women. So perhaps that's not captured so well in the success stories, but we have a lot of beneficiaries who are actually women. And a lot of beneficiaries, we have the Brave Women initiative of ICD, trying to benefit SMEs, led by women entrepreneurs. That's also another initiative. And across the range of our interventions, whether they are in human development or infrastructure or SME financing, we make sure that in terms of beneficiaries, women take the center stage. So this is one. On the Waqf, it's probably for such a large country, which would have plentiful Waqf land, potential, promising, which can be converted into commercial, bankable projects. It would be a great missed opportunity if we don't do Waqf in this country. So we want to be able to do that. We have the expertise. We've done that very successfully in a lot of our member countries, and we can give examples. Some of our offices, regional offices are based there. We have made a lot of Waqf land, which would otherwise be just lying idle, into commercially viable income-generating assets. And that's what we are good at. So it's a matter of connecting with the Waqf authorities, identifying the exact opportunities, and we have the tools at our disposal to actually develop Waqf assets in the country. And we are ready for that. So I think as part of this country engagement framework, we are knocking on doors, meeting a lot of stakeholders where we can identify opportunities for Waqf development. We have a Waqf fund called Awqaf Properties Investment Fund. That's their job. And we can do it very easily and meaningfully, inshallah. I would also like to touch upon one question which was related to housing, affordable housing. So we have actually in this year's pipeline, affordable housing project for low and middle income families. It's a $100 million project, and it will be building, a lot of houses, helping, plug the gap between housing supply and demand, especially when a country goes through it. As you rightly mentioned, it's not a country which is a recipient of aid for food security, but rather for economic empowerment. So when you go through this expansion of the middle class, the growth acceleration that we talked about, of course there'd be a lot of people, there is a trend of family formation, right? The household formation, which requires more houses to be constructed. And we are actually working with the authorities. We have, like I said, one official request already, and we're looking at more, inshallah. So this is how I would respond to some of the questions. If my colleagues want to chip in, or if you have any questions.
Kindly make it as short as possible because of our time.
It's very important,
I
especially
know, I
that
understand
you
that.
are a woman.
I understand that.
Yes. Okay, so my question is, I haven't seen any woman in the leadership position of the ISDB, for example. Yes, and
So let him do justice to the question.
Yes.
and secondly, when you said you're doing interventions in terms of housing and all of that, I was thinking about work for education, for example, work for health. Is there anything you're doing, especially in Nigeria, that has that? My name is Omahani. I forgot to mention.
On women, of course, we do have it, at the leadership level. We had a DG for ICFD, women. We have the managers, we have directors. And sometimes you see men, but they were sent. Sometimes sent by the women. Women, they don't have a... So just, I think the bank, and here my former boss, the former vice president operations, he can also. Now, for the waqf, this is not the panel for waqf. The other panel that will come, I hope also that, and he's shaking his head, he can also, of course, brief you on that. But also offline, Dr. Mansour Mukhtar will tell you about experience of waqf in Nigeria. Sometimes, of course, the opportunities that we have are not mature enough compared to some other neighboring countries. But it doesn't mean that we cannot do business. That is just, we need to wait for some maturity level and to target really the proper. But in terms of demand, the demand is very large. But the opportunities we need really, to make sure that whatever we do on waqf is sustainable. But thank you for your questions.
Thank you so much. Apologies, we won't be able to take any more questions. We will now have to proceed with a group photo for our panelists. Photographers, please come forward as quickly as possible. Thank you to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for networking lunch and Dohor prayer. Lunch will be served in the main restaurant, and a prayer facility is available at the main lobby of the hotel. As a reminder, B2B and B2G meetings will continue throughout the afternoon. The program will resume as quickly as possible. We have about 10 to 20 minutes for lunch break. Please enjoy your lunch. I would like to quickly inform you that we would want those at the first two seats to step out for lunch first, and then shortly after, in about 5 minutes, the rest of us can go. There are ushers who are stationed outside to direct us where we're having lunch, so please, those at the first two seats, please step out first for lunch, and then the rest of us can follow after, 5 minutes after. Ushers are stationed outside to direct you to where you'll have your lunch. We will be back as soon as possible. We have just 20 minutes for lunch. Enjoy your lunch and networking break. Please, I'd like to ask that we wait for those at the first two seats to head out for lunch first, and then the rest of us can follow after 5 minutes. Kindly wait for those at the first two seats. The ushers are stationed outside to direct them where they will have their lunch. And then in the next 5 minutes, we can step out for lunch. The rest of us can step out for lunch. Please do also follow the directive. We're trying to ensure that everyone goes out according to how we're seated and in an orderly manner. So please, those at the first two seats will step out first. The ushers are outside to direct them where to have lunch, and then 5 minutes later, the rest of us can go out for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we can now proceed for our lunch break. We can now proceed for our lunch break. The ushers are stationed outside. The lunch break will be happening at the main restaurant. Can we reduce the music, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we can all now proceed to the main restaurant for the lunch and networking break. If you're unsure where the main restaurant is, the ushers are stationed outside to direct you. So please proceed to the main restaurant for the lunch and networking break. Enjoy the break.
share of 600 million naira in cash and seriously tasty prizes. There's 2 new millionaires every single day, plus over 50 million naira in weekly prizes. It's easy. Scan the QR code. Find your unique code under the cap or tab and check to see if you've won. Coca-Cola, a recipe for wonder.
жінки на війні цікаво. Я була дуже позитивно вражена, наскільки легко влитися в колектив чоловічій жінці. Звичайно, повага до жінок є. Жінки відіграють величезну роль, особливо далі і далі. Чим більш технологічно стає війна, тим простіше долучатися жінкам і вибивати своє місце під сонцем, і дати ті ролі, в яких кожен з нас хоче розвиватися.
On Rapjoy, unleash taste.
You have to, yeah.
Introducing Smart Balance. Smart Balance rice bran oil is rich in Gamma Original. Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil reduces bad cholesterol.
Godrich Air Pocket? Wow!
With Power Gel technology.
Enjoy a shawarma and coke. It's another chance to win a share of
я уявляла своє майбутнє до війни.
Армія – це останнє, що я взагалі коли-небудь розглядала в своєму житті.
Я воюю за те, щоб
compromise. Choose gold.
Use Terra Gold for the rich, consistent taste your loved ones crave for. Good for soups, stews, and jollof. Terra Gold. One cube, endless possibilities.
Parakeet AI is an AI online call assistant that gives you the answer to every question on your online call, such as
Nigeria was quietly destroying my mental health. Not loudly, but quietly, silently, every day.
Welcome back, distinguished guests. We will now continue with the second series of ISDB presentations. I'd like to invite the speakers to come up on stage to take their seats. Please join me as I make welcome Mr. Ugfeli Baji, Lead Global Food Security Specialist from the Economic and Social Infrastructure Department of the Islamic Development Bank. I'd also like to make welcome Mr. Zafarjan Kutamov, Senior Halal Development Specialist from the ISDB Center of Excellence of Kuala Lumpur. And also joining the panel is Mr. Mehmet Feme Ekin, Senior Islamic Finance Specialist from the Islamic Development Bank Institute. And now, ladies and gentlemen, first we will hear from a lead global food security specialist from the Economic and Social Infrastructure Development of the Islamic Development Bank. Please welcome Mr. Ugfeli Baji. Yes, please.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I think now, after taking the lunch, we need now to be just like her, very, very fast. Before starting my presentation, I just want to recall something and just remind people and remind our member country based on our benchmark. Whenever we are supporting a country in terms of policy and strategy dialogue, we set up a strategy for 4 years, 5 years. But after 4 to 5 years implementation, we just observed that nothing was done in terms of achievement or small activities was achieved. It gave me the opportunity to ask a question. Are we really developing the right strategy, the right policies? Are we developing policy technically correct, organizationally implementable, and politically supportable? This is this three dynamic we have to respond today. For this first, I want to just recall the Nigeria strategies in terms of agriculture development, food security, and livestock as well. Nigeria's agriculture and food security strategy for 2026 is centered on achieving 3 major goals: food self-sufficiency, reducing inflation, and boosting export. This is guided by a 5-year strategy from 2026 to 2030, built on 3 key pillars. First, regional integration, increasing production, ensuring environmental sustainability, and strengthening regional integration as well. The strategy is anchored on 3 main pillars. First, increasing productivity by moving away from rain-fed agriculture toward mechanization. Second, sustainability with a focus on climate resilient agriculture, including drought-resistant and flood-tolerant crop. And third, security and stability through initiatives like Back to the Farm, which aim to resettle displaced farmers and secure food producing regions. Now, to operationalize this strategy, several policy priorities have been identified. These include reviving the seed system to improve yield, strengthening value chain like rice, wheat, and livestock to reduce import and significantly reducing post-harvest losses, investment in cold storage and logistics aim to cut loss by at least 40%. Food security is not longer viewed only as an agriculture issue. it is now recognized as a key economic priority, directly linked to inflation, stability, and national development. Increasing domestic production of staple food is essential, while regional trade opportunities under FTCTA will further strengthen food system. Now, despite these ambitions, several challenges remain, including insecurity in the farming regions, high logistic costs and transportation, and limited access to finance. Addressing this constraint is critical for achieving the desired transformation. Looking ahead for Nigerian 24 sectoral plan that emphasizes on paradigm shift, food security is now treated as a macroeconomics, security, and governance issues, not just agriculture. And the focus remains on boosting production, ensuring sustainability, and strengthening regional integration across West Africa. Because climate resilience is the major priority. The strategy promotes drought-resistant, flood-prone areas and being designed to withstand extreme weather conditions. And I think a structural transformation framework underpins these efforts. Its goal is to de-risk investment across the agriculture value chain, including production, infrastructure, processing, finance, and knowledge systems as well. This creates a more attractive environment for both public and private investment. One flagship initiative in the is the National Agriculture Processing Zone, funded with by the Islamic Development Bank, the African Development Bank, and other partners as well, where we will establish 50 integrated agro-processing zones across Nigeria based on regional comparative advantages. These zones are designed to drive value addition, reduce losses, and stimulate rural economic growth. 3 priorities programs support implementation. First, reducing post-harvest losses and promoting value additions. Second, expanding mechanization as a service and rural infrastructure. Third, improving access to inclusive agriculture finance and extension of services. Together, this will enhance productivity and farmer resilience. Now, one of the most important aspects related to the strategy in our view will be the livestock program. Even is now directed and guided by the presidential initiative, livestock development. Livestock development is also a major key area where we should include modernizing products and systems, improving animal health, developing feed and fodder systems, and enhancing breed quality. Additional effort target dairy development, value chain strengthening, and increasing private sector involvement. Now, what solution the Islamic Development Bank is proposing to those opportunities and challenges? First, the Islamic Development Bank is not waiting, only receiving requests from countries. Inside the Islamic Development Bank, in our directorate, we are also thinker because we are participating in a couple of interventions related to member country partnership, country engagement framework, sector review, and we know exactly the need of the countries. And we are thinking, developing initiative within the bank to be proposed to the countries and to tackle those issues and challenges. You can see initiative under implementation, like the Regional Rice Value Chain Program, where IsDB is participating and contributing to support member countries in bringing self-sufficiency between member countries and reducing import, because we are importing more than we are producing. Even we have comparative advantage in terms of production, but limited resources. drive the importers to import and to consider import rice rather than local production. We have the regional soil fertility management project at the foundation of agriculture, because before developing any strategic crops, any strategic initiative in terms of agriculture production, raising production and productivity, we need to assess the level of the soil and to know exactly how we're going to link the crop to the soil and the soil to the fertilizer as well. We have the regional cassava value chain program under implementation since 2 years now, and we consider countries having high consumption rate in terms of cassava. Nigeria is one of the most important cassava producers in Africa, even in the world. And I think this initiative met exactly the mandate of the bank by financing project, but also by providing advisory services related to technical crop diversification as well. And we have the newly approved framework, the Africa Livestock Value Chain Program. The launching was just a few weeks ago in Nairobi, where we convened an event inviting member countries to participate on how we're going to design a proper program for livestock and to move into livestock production and straight to halal production system as well. And we have a couple of programs also under preparation, leveraging Earth observation, because now we know that digital is really important to support agriculture production as well. And we have also the newly developed program under preparation, like the Cereal Transformation Trade and Transformation Initiative. We all recall what happened during the Ukraine war and Russia. The supply chain was completely disrupted. And countries like Egypt, like the rest of Sub-Saharan Africa, are importing more wheat than producing wheat. Now, how are we going to revert that one? We say that let's try to leverage on the OIC comparative advantage promoting intra-trade, OIC intra-trade, by selecting two different parts. Countries the producing country and the absorbing country, like let's say in Africa, in Sub-Saharan Africa, we can get Senegal, Togo, Burkina Faso, Mauritania. Based on their comparative advantage, they can produce wheat, but they are not consuming 100% of the wheat. They may be producing 100%, but they are consuming only 20%. And the remaining will be sent export to the demanding country like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, and so on. And then it will help and enhance OIC intra-trade to just commerce between OIC and to make it happen. We have also the Shared Smallholder Power for Agriculture Resilience and Energy Program. Before, 10 years back, we were just designing huge hydropower, but we observed that it was not like really efficient in terms of maintenance, in terms of utilization. It was underutilized, but now we want to move through small hydropower, very focused on irrigation, very focused on crop, and very focused also on productivity. And we have also the enhancing food security and safety in IsDB through cold chain development. Usually we are focusing mainly on raising production and productivity. We put emphasis on our production, we produce, we harvest, but we are getting a lot of loss between harvesting and storage. Now, what we need to do, we need to just complement by looking at the value chain, primary activities, supporting activities. How are we going to link supporting activity to the primary activities? After putting emphasis on production, now we will create an environment where the harvested product will be stored in the right condition, awaiting export or even utilization. It will lead us to the 4 dimensions of the food security: availability first, utilization, affordability, and stability as well. And this will help us to design this. Now, how countries like Nigeria could benefit on this program? And I think we need to anchor and to align the newly developed strategy with what the bank is really doing now. And I think our regional hub of Abuja are ready to discuss with the countries to see how we're going to engage together, how we're going to best design program, how we're going to best anchor the program to the newly developing rather than only receiving official requests. We can work on the both sides. And I think there is a huge demand in terms of halal production in the my colleague will talk about it, but I'm confident and I strongly believe that we cannot develop halal production without having a strong livestock development strategy, project, program to be anchored to the halal. Yeah. Now you can see the connection between what the bank is doing under implementation and what the bank is doing under preparation. And if you look at the orientation, you can see that everything is linked, and the main objective is just to transform agriculture, water resource, and rural development in ISDB member country. And this program will cover at least 3 billion USD if really implemented. Yeah. I just want to thank you for your attention. Thank you so much. I'm ready to respond to any question needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presentation will be delivered by a senior halal development specialist from the ISDB Center of Excellence of Kuala Lumpur. Please welcome Mr. Zafarjin Kotamov.
Assalamu alaikum. We are pleased to be here. I think all our ISDB colleagues and also we from Islamic Development Bank Center of Excellence in Kuala Lumpur to be in Nigeria to also introduce the bank, but also to learn the areas, opportunities that we can work together with Nigerian government stakeholders to really bring our solutions, our work in areas that will be relevant for Nigeria. And also from time to time to do reality check of the development solutions and works that we are doing, how they really work in the context of Nigeria, and learn from it and improve them also going forward. So with this, I will my presentation, can we put it? So my presentation, although it will focus on ISDB Center of Excellence in Kuala Lumpur a little bit, but it will bring some elements of what we are doing, and you will see some things that time-wise are very relevant for what Nigerian economy and government are going through at the moment. So I think just to not repeat what our earlier colleagues presented about Islamic Development Bank earlier, so we in Islamic Development Bank have one center of excellence. Like in addition to regional hubs that were presented earlier, we have one in Kuala Lumpur, we have this. And the nature of our work slightly is different from our regional hubs. So I will go through this in a moment. So we have three areas that I think I will focus. Areas of focus, value proposition, and key flagship programs that we in Islamic Development Bank Center of Excellence are working on at the moment. So the focus areas we work is to areas, Islamic finance, which is traditional focus area of Islamic Development Bank. My colleague will discuss more about it from Islamic Development Bank Institute. But we have also an emerging area. Also, some of our member countries have long time started working in this area, but for ISDB to learn and bring them to other member countries, I think we only started recently, and they are very much related to each other. Although one of them is Halal, one of them Islamic, they really need to work with each other. And we see in some countries like Malaysia that we are located, they are not at the level integrated as they should be. So this is something that we work also together, so that how to bring them together. Sustainability is increasingly becoming a global development opportunity, but also challenge at the same time. But if you look at it closely, it is very much embedded in Islamic thinking, especially halal and toiban concept. So sustainability is part of it. So that's why it's cross-cutting area for us, for both Islamic finance and halal industry, that whatever solutions and work we do needs to be embedded sustainability. Capacity development is important also for our Center of Excellence, because any solution, any work we do will be built on knowledge and work that we do with Malaysian counterparts, but also building on Malaysian experience and expertise that they developed over many years. As I said, Malaysia is one of the pioneering countries in both areas of Islamic finance and halal, and naturally being there, we work with them to build on their experience to develop new solutions that will be responding to the current needs of not only Malaysia but other member countries. So that's why our value proposition is mostly, if we can sum it up, is based on the locations that we are, Malaysian expertise, and how we work on it to bring it and contextualize it to other member countries while developing solutions with Malaysian counterparts. And in terms of programs, we have a number of them. I will go through with them shortly. But before that, I will like to mention briefly about what I started core areas, and also thing which is, this is how pretty much it looks in terms of ISDB KLCOE focus areas and cross-cutting areas. So if we go into our flagship in detail, I start with halal industry development or halal ecosystem development. We are currently working on several initiatives. Some of them we are starting now, as we said. We just started working in this area. Greening halal business is one of the initiatives that we are working. I will go more close about it. Halal ecosystem development support that we provide to member countries, and development of halal industrial park and Islamic finance solutions for decarbonization of halal industry, which is sustainability aspects. And we have also Halal Economy Leadership Forum that was briefly mentioned by Brother Sahal when he was talking about Azerbaijan annual meeting, where we will have for the first time one day full halal industry economy leadership forum. Previously we had, as part of private sector forum, one of the sessions, but now the whole day is dedicated. And the current context and thinking of government of Nigeria, and also the way strategy was launched, I think very much is timely also, and aligned with time-wise and also content-wise with what we want to work. And we really much working with Nigerian counterparts to support their national halal economy strategy, but also bring them to this forum in Azerbaijan, so that they present the case of Nigeria, the strategy, and also learn from opportunities and things with other member countries that we work. So if we go briefly into one or two, not to take much time, of the initiatives, what we're really doing on greening halal business, we are partnering with not only one or two beneficiaries as we usually do, but with the whole ecosystem of the Malaysia. We are developing it. So we are engaging with the Ministry of Finance of Malaysia, with Bank Negara, which is Central Bank of Malaysia, and Islamic banks of Malaysia. 9 Islamic banks of Malaysia are participating in this program, putting their resources they are for capacity building, but also financially committing that they will be part of this program to support halal MSMEs. And we, in terms of who is coordinating, executing this initiative from Malaysia side is Malaysian Small and Medium Enterprise Bank, SME Bank, which is development bank in Malaysia, and they are working with us in this initiative. So we are started implementing this project, and the way we designed it, we wanted to ensure that this will be 3 innovations will be included to support a different way of approaching capacity building, bringing in first of all some things that MSMEs will go embrace sustainability, not only because it's something that compliance-wise, but because also that it will be beneficial for their competitiveness, for their financials. They will be more kind of way of doing things efficiently in greening. So we, as IDB, we bring this notion that greening halal business plans we will be developing with about 3,000 MSMEs as a pilot. And ecosystem development approach, again, it's not just capacity building for 3,000 MSMEs, but also bringing a whole range of ecosystem approach as part of program that even if ISDB initiative finishes, they will take it forward, Malaysian stakeholders, especially 9 Islamic banks, development banks of Malaysia, and also government. So everyone is committed for success from the design. This is how we approached it. So Malaysian government, Ministry of Finance, is putting $3 million and budgeted already, and it is started utilization against the ISDB, putting 220,000 USD for capacity building component. So as Malaysian funds will be supporting all other aspects all the way, including providing support in terms of concessional funding for MSMEs, but also supporting them in other areas. Knowledge sharing, we wanted to make it, as I said, solutions that we can take it to other member countries. And that's why we're developing a toolkit based on learnings that we embedded in the program. When we go through it, we will capture this, what are the challenges, issues that MSMEs halal facing, how our approach is helping them, and this toolkit, how to do things, will be shared with other member countries and is a similar initiatives that we will do. Sorry, I went back. Another program that initiative we are working is Halal Industrial Park 2.0. We looked as what my colleague just mentioned about, we need to really put as our goal to develop capabilities in our member countries, not just import, but also to produce both halal products and services, but also it starts from agriculture, this whole value chain. So we see that ingredients, halal ingredients, are mostly produced in and imported by our champion countries, even Malaysia, from non-member countries. So, and we saw from learning from them that this, although Malaysia has 22 halal industrial parks, they are not really bringing this leverage to make Malaysia really a hub for producing ingredients so that the whole value chain will be there. So we studied this case and we saw that what is it in these halal industrial parks of Malaysia that we can build on, but make it more kind of in line with best practices of park and industrial zone management. So that's why, and also contextualize it in terms of Islamic thinking. So that's why, in addition to what is in current halal parks of Malaysia, we are bringing in additionalities like Islamic finance and waqf embedding into these halal industrial parks. So, and also halal cluster organization, which we see that management of these parks that are in Malaysia are not up to the level that cluster organization usually works and makes it competitive. And also technology-wise, we would like to embed these things, and sustainability is, of course, additional thing we bring. So this whole integrated approach of Halal Industrial Park 2.0 that we developed as a functional design and submitted to Government of Malaysia. As a next step, the idea is to pilot it in Malaysia in one of the Halal Industrial Parks, bringing these elements. And then if these things, inshallah, work well, we will bring it and also refine them to make much more better than what we have in the functional design, and then bring it to other member countries. Halal Economy Leadership Forum, I briefly described that it's usually part of annual meetings, and we will do it this time in Azerbaijan for 1 day, and we will invite. Also Islamic finance part, we have initiatives that we work with ISDBI also on them, on most of them, with the rest of the bank. Multi-country Islamic finance capacity building program last year we did for Central Asia, and this year the aim is to do it for African countries, to come together in a platform to learn from Malaysian experience, but also to see what issues and challenges that this group of countries facing together, they can do a community of practice and work together with support of Malaysia and ISDB to go through the journey. Global Islamic Economies Program also is another initiative we are starting, which with support and work with ISDB, Bank Negara Malaysia, and universities. They work together so that this cohort of Islamic economists will learn and experience also through working in different key organizations, pioneers of this sector, and we will have a pool of Islamic economists in our member countries. ISDB Malaysia Innovative Islamic Finance Product Solutions also is something that based on experience of Malaysia, we're working with Bank Negara Malaysia and other stakeholders in Malaysia. So this is brief of the program we had. The countries and future like plan for 2026 is member countries in Africa. Based on experience that we did last year, we will improve it much more, and working already. So Global Islamic Economies Program is also planned to be piloted in 2026 and to support pool of economists on Islamic area, including halal and Islamic finance in our member countries. Product solution also, again, I think these are details. For the sake of time, I just go through quickly. Goals is to strengthen ISDB role as a thought leader and also foster strategic partnership with Malaysia. So again, all what we do, we will want to build on experience of Malaysia, but also increasingly when we work with other member countries, we bringing unique experiences and knowledge of other member countries, because we believe each country can contribute for both sides. They can be recipient of knowledge that is there, but also add to it. So I think with this I will finish here, but also at the last as conclusion, to make it a little bit relevant related to context of Nigeria, we have been observing, especially on halal industry development, the high level commitment of Malaysia, even through self-exercise. We saw it, a lot of drive from government of Malaysia and stakeholders, and what today also His Excellency Minister mentioned was very much encouraging about giving more role to private sector to lead, to play for supporting economy of Nigeria. And this is something that after launching of halal industry development, this experience of how industry can lead certain initiatives, can support government. Case of Malaysia becomes very relevant, where industry champions in Malaysia on halal industry push actually government of Malaysia to go into kind of developing this halal industry and ecosystem. It's coming a lot from private sector led. So even when we plan to build some capacity building workshop as part of this opportunity, ISDB Group Day, we want to meet stakeholders, the committees that government of Nigeria established for implementation of halal economy, national halal economy strategy. We would be really keen to discuss with them and see these opportunities of how to shape together this capacity building workshop, which we plan to do it for 5 days. We will provide our concept note, our proposal, and we would be very much keen to get their feedback on how to improve it, contextualize it, and inshallah this year we will be providing it as was requested by government of Nigeria, so that together we bring also other partners that we work with, like OIC, SMIC, Malaysia experience, of course, we will bring together. And also we are working on this concept note, an integrated approach with our colleagues from ACID, Baji, and team is leading on this, so that we integrate livestock and halal agriculture also with Islamic, in the case of Nigeria, called non-interest banking. I think these things come together. That's why halal industry and Islamic finance in KLCOE, we started working on it. One of the reasons is that halal industry development is multidisciplinary. That's why the achievements and knowledge that is different parts of the ISDB over years developed, we can build on it. Halal industry can build on different of these knowledges and create solutions together with different parts of the banks that will be really helpful, bringing together all these different pieces to support our member countries. Many thanks for your attention. Would be happy to meet and discuss further, and also part of forum if questions come. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that enlightening presentation. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our final presenter in this session is a senior Islamic finance specialist from the Islamic Development Bank Institute. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Mehmet Femi Eken.
Assalamu alaikum. Hi everyone. I think we have a corporate video of ISTBI, if possible 3 minutes video, before I start the presentation.
The Islamic Development Bank Institute, ISDBI, is the knowledge beacon of the ISDB Group, leading the exploration of innovative solutions for the sustainable development of our member countries and communities. turn insights into actions and create value through knowledge-based solutions inspired by the principles of Islamic economics and finance. At ISDBI, we lead the transformation of the global Islamic finance sector. Through our grants program, we empower countries and institutions to create dynamic Islamic finance ecosystems. We synergize knowledge technologies with Islamic finance to create problem-solving innovations, gaining 3 fintech patents for blockchain-based solutions. Our capacity-building programs aim to nurture the next generation of knowledge leaders and entrepreneurs. With over 800 training courses delivered, we are among the largest contributors to human capital development in Islamic economics, banking and finance. And our pioneering open online courses have pushed the frontiers of knowledge in the field, benefiting thousands of participants across the globe. The ISDB Institute has been a leader in Islamic economics and finance publishing, with more than 500 publications available for download on our newly designed ebook reader app. A modern application that serves as an accessible gateway to our publications, including books, flagship reports, research articles, and more. We manage the ISDB Prize for Impactful Achievement in Islamic Economics, a world-class award that rewards outstanding achievements in knowledge creation and development solutions. Our achievements have been widely recognized by the global Islamic finance industry. We are guided by a unique leadership that inspires our direction. With a diverse range of unique perspectives and expertise. Our dedicated management team strives to enhance productivity, efficiency, and creativity. Together with our partners, we power sustainable economic progress and social prosperity in our member countries. In doing so, we contribute to a brighter future for generations to come around the world.
Again, hi everyone. I'm Mehmet Fehmi from Islamic Development Bank Institute. Here I'm going to give a short presentation about the institute itself. Established in 1981, ISDB Institute is, Islamic Finance Intellectual Arm of the IDB Group. If you look at ISDBI, of course, some of you may remember the old name, Islamic Research and Training Institute. The name was rebranded, a new identity by 2022, converted to Islamic Development Bank Institute. So, like the other entities, we have also our own main functions. Here, we group the functions as 4 main, mandates of ISDBI. One is Islamic Finance Development and Transformation. We here focus on, flagship projects. Currently, we have 3 of them. And we have Islamic Finance Technical Assistance Program. And we have also some yearly reports. We told them thought leadership reports. And under capacity building, capacity development, we have training programs, either online training programs or physical face-to-face customized. And innovative solutions, we are a little bit new in this and we have patents as well. But mainly we focus on the fintech, Islamic finance fintech, and of course the new thing now, AI. And now we have also global outreach. We have stakeholders, global stakeholders, and also our e-publish, as you see in the video, we have the new e-reader now, because we have since 1981 a big, more than 500 books, knowledge repository. We already converted all of them to the online, so you can also reach through the e-reader. So, of course, as any organization, we have our own mission, as you see. So we want to just develop innovative knowledge-based solutions to support the sustainable social economic development of our member countries. But here says member countries, also we are serving to non-member countries as well. So to success this mission, we have, of course, focus areas, mainly Islamic banking, Islamic capital markets, tekafül, Islamic microfinance, Afghan zakat. So generally, especially the intellectual part of it, it's our area. So here I'm going to talk about the one of the mandate I mentioned above, Islamic Finance Technical Assistance Program. So this program, since 2013, we are handling this program. So far we completed 100 projects, nearly $11 million. And then currently we have 81 active projects. So 32 projects are in the pipeline. It has its own scheme, pipelines based on the requests. Member countries are requesting technical assistance. It comes to us. After the process completed, we got the approval, and project continues until its approval. So technical assistance program, so far we completed, we worked more than 34 member, non-member countries, plus 20, more than 20 countries. We work specifically for the Islamic finance legal and regulatory framework development projects. So other than this, as I mentioned again before, this flagship programs under the Islamic finance transformation. So currently we are handling 3 flagship projects. One is the Afghan Free Zones project, as you see in the name. So this aim to create free zones, get the capital mainly from the Afghan region, Afghan managements. So the other one is the Smart Counter. We have this OIC Intra Smart Counter program also. So this is related to trade finance between the IDB OIC member countries. Other one is this is also very important project, Digital Postal Services for Financial Inclusion project. This is also especially, it gives the chance to the member countries using Islamic finance instruments in the digital post. This one is we are working one multilateral, let me say it, United Postal Services, United Nations Postal Services. So after the project's completion, we are expecting to work with them again, continue with the other Afghan Free Zone and the counter trade project. Feasibility study is already completed and the pilot programs will start soon. So again, what's Nigeria? Nigeria, I just want to focus on here the last 3 years, not so much deep, because actually we are working in Nigeria so long, and in terms of technical assistance or capacity building or supporting even minor events. But again, I just want to focus the last 3-4 years here. We have these stakeholders, as you see, and we have some, I will continue later on, we have some programs with them we already completed. So one of the things, again, under the Islamic Finance Technical Assistance Program, we have currently active 2 projects. In 2024, we signed the grant agreement with the Central Bank of Nigeria, and the project is now, the consultant already selected, and the deliverables will be received soon. The project is ongoing, and we are expecting to close maybe 2027. And the other one is, this is totally complete, a different project. This is the SOZECOM. Maybe you already know this organization. So this is the, Zakat and Waqf organization of the Sokoto. So we are having different program with SOZECOM. We are mainly focusing on the capacity development of their staff members, and plus their members, knowledge, intellectual knowledge on the Zakat and Waqf. So far we completed 3 familiarization component with them, and we still continue with this project. So in terms of thought leadership, I mentioned before, this is total different. ISDBI recently started this thought leadership program with 2 different the organization. One is the London Stock Exchange Group. We call it TRAP program. So we have every year 1 or 2 reports, different ideas, but mainly about the development traps. But we combine Islamic finance into this, of course. Currently we have a couple of reports. It just started and still continuing. The other one is with Dinar Standard. We have also 2 reports every year with them. One is, as you see, a Global Islamic Economy Report, and the other one is the FinTech Report. This is also 3 years program, but we are expecting to reinitiate it again. Other than this, of course, IRTI, name IRTI, as I mentioned, Islamic Development Bank Institute's old name, was generally focusing on the publications. This area is our basic area since it's 1981. So now, as you see in the video, we have this e-reader, and you can go to e-reader and you can, through application or through website, you can reach all the books. And then this year's publications, I mean 2012 publications are here. Also, this is very important, I will come later on, we have Islamic Microfinance Toolkit, and this is open source for any microfinance organization, this toolkit. Here, again, I need to mention under this top leadership, ISDBI also managing from the candidate selection until the award ceremony, IDB prize. ISDBI also, this is also extra for ISDBI, extra mandate. So this is also one of the things we are handling. And again, so we have so much visibility also in the media and in the also through its website. These are the statistics maybe you can see, our institutes. So here now, the main thing here, I want to mention about capacity building, the other mandate. So what exactly ISDBI is doing, customized trainings in terms of Islamic finance. So we get a request from any institution, sovereign or non-sovereign. Then after we work on it, we develop the concept, and then after that, if possible, we are able to deliver this training, we can handle it. Otherwise, we try to find the best trainer or who can deliver this, maybe subject matter expert. Other than this, if institute able to afford their own, like if they have the budget, we can do it, of course, co-finance together. Otherwise, we have as I mentioned before, the technical assistance. Through technical assistance, we try to find a source, financial source for this training. We have also collaboration with IOFI, CBAFI, IFM, or IFSP, all these institutions. So we can also get, general help from them in terms of one country and the central bank of staff there. We bring that trainer from there to that set country, and then the training will be given there. So this is such engagements we do. And then, of course, we have currently two major projects in ISDBI. We are trying to translate all the online. Previously, if you go and visit edX and MOOC system, you find some Islamic finance training programs. But these programs, we were not happy about them. They need to be updated. So we are currently working on it. Inshallah, hopefully soon, by this year, we are going to have the new system and new Islamic finance courses you can also see in edX platform. And as I showed before also, Islamic Microfinance Toolkit, we are working on also other toolkits like Zakat, Afkaf, and also, I think it's not mentioned here, also Sukuk we have. Again, also here, if you see entrepreneurship, what I mean about this, here, this year we started something, 2025, we started new entrepreneurship program with the Prince Mohammed bin Salman College. So this program is going to repeat every year with different names, but mainly the entrepreneurship. Why I put here? Because we have two also candidates, selected candidates. They were in the program, two from Nigeria, two businessmen. They also attended this program. Mainly, this program focuses on the Islamic finance-oriented entrepreneurship. And also, we just started also last year with the AI hackathon program with IOFI standards, but this year we are expecting to do during the Baku, this year's annual meeting. Okay, I'm going to talk about just 4 training programs. In 2023, one of the training programs was given to the the senior management of the Tekafül, Jaiz Tekafül. I think it was already given here in Nigeria. This one is the Nigeria Exchange Limited. Also, there was another training course was handled. And the Ministry of Finance, I guess this one. Also, they visit Saudi Arabia, and there was some, knowledge exchange training program with them. And then recently, January 26, Central Bank of Nigeria staff members, they also visited, and there was 5 days program, basically on regulatory framework. So these are the 4 recent, since 2023, capacity building programs with Nigeria. So we have also the other mandate also, we are now working on 2 main AI related projects. One is the Islamic Finance Artificial Intelligence Assistant project. This project, since I think 2 years now, you can just go and ask anything to the AI about Islamic finance. It will bring you the answers. This is the basic, and then still not completed because it's really deep. It needs, because collection and then after that editing and the reduction of the information is really important for this. You cannot just put everything inside. Other one is we just started this year Islamic Finance Legislation Database. This is, we are working together with Islamic Finance IFSB Services Board. Sorry, I couldn't remember. Islamic Finance Services Board based in Malaysia. We are working with them. Hopefully this year, maybe the first, after the feasibility study, we can have the first. So anyone who wants to know anything about legislation, Islamic finance legislation, can go to this system and they can bring out. It will give some custom and customized write-up, or I don't know what you exactly ask them. It will bring you. So this is the whole idea about that project as well. So okay, before I complete, basically what ISDBI can, can do about Nigeria is about Islamic finance development and transformation, which covers the report, Islamic finance report, or the Islamic technical assistance, of course, upon any request to us, or building human capital. This is the also any customized, custom-made, or specifically if you just focus based on, again, request. So innovative solutions, anything also we are open for anything if you request from. So we are ready to help for upon any request. We try our best, hopefully. So I complete here. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. We will now open the floor for questions and comments. If you'd like to ask a question, kindly raise your hand and wait for the microphone. But please keep your questions short and relevant. Can we get the microphone to him, please?
Good afternoon. Let me apologize for my first question was wrongly channeled to the first panel. My question goes to the first speaker. When you are giving your presentation, you made mention of cassava and rice, but I want to draw your attention to economic trees in Nigeria, that we are into economic trees, and this was omitted in your presentation. And I want to ask that what is the Islamic Bank interest in the economic trees like cocoa, coffee, palm trees? Because if we don't consider this is like a large area or region in Nigeria is neglected. Thank you very much.
Yes, you can.
Thank you very much for this question. I think you are just reading on our mind. Since inception, the bank was financing mainly all staple crops. But since this year, we started now thinking on how we're going to put together cash crop and staple crop. If you look at the condition and the background and the context where we are in terms of food security, in terms of food insecurity, as what, if I may say, we are mainly focusing on eradicating poverty, how we're going to see measure mechanism to develop appropriate, measure to just eradicate food insecurity. But now we think that we need to align and to put both cash crop and staple crop as well. Because if you look at the importance of cash crop like cocoa, coffee, or, you can see the value. In terms of value, we have more value compared to the staple crop. We are currently developing a regional coffee value chain program based on needs. We identified the first countries like Uganda, Sierra Leone, Togo, Guinea, and if I'm not mistaken, also the remaining country, Uganda, just to develop a pilot. It not exclude cocoa as a staple crop. Because if you look at now the cocoa production and the coffee production is mainly under the hand of multinational. Like, I don't want to mention the names, but now we need to give the possibility and the priority to the country to gain on this value and to better transform the smallholder farmers into direct beneficiaries, so they're going to earn incomes and they don't now need to develop other activities related to other sector beyond agriculture. And I think you make it right. First level of project was mainly cassava, rice, wheat, sorghum. But now, more than more, we are thinking how we're going to combine our trade facilitation and financing to mainly support cash crop, because there are crops mainly dedicated to export. And whenever you are talking export, you are just targeting the private sector. How are we going to bring on board the private sector? And this is very important. We need to find the right mechanism. We need to map them. We need to bring them. We need to find off-takers. And we need to create the value within the countries. This is our objective, and we are working on it. And we are open to discuss further this point whenever you are able. I will share my contact with you, and we can develop further this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take the last two questions.
Thank you very much. My name is Ibrahim Tonko Mohammed from Kaduna State Commissioner of Finance. I still want to make a kind of follow-up on the last person that asked the question. I saw the objectives in terms of agriculture. You are looking at mechanization and looking at the value chains. But I think we need to look at the peculiarities of the farming population in Nigeria. Generally, they are smallholder farmers in this country. And one basic thing that you find with them is that their productions are fragmented. And there is heavy need for aggregation. And I've not seen anywhere where you spoke about that point of aggregation, because these people are really very difficult to be reached and very difficult for them to even bring their products to the urban areas where all these products can now be collated for export or for local consumption or for industrial raw materials. So if we omit this aspect of aggregation, I think we are doing a lot of, we are not being fair to that sector. And again, since the nature of the farming population in Nigeria majorly are the smallholder farmers, when we talk of mechanization, I think there is a challenge there. Can they afford the machineries? Can we now begin to think of the handheld machines where the smallholder farmers can also be able to get? Because I think the best approach to develop agriculture in Nigeria, and for you, the financials, to understand is we have to look at that in two aspects. One, to look at the smallholder farmers, even though their productions are small and fragmented, And then we can now, on the other hand, begin to look at the commercial agriculture. Because if we want to dominate on the mechanized agriculture or the commercial agriculture, at the end of the day, the majority of the population that are farmers will end up becoming laborers or completely thrown out of the economy, and they become a problem to Nigeria. So I think we have to begin to look at issue of aggregation, because if you look at that, aggregation is a process where raw materials or input can now be supplied to them, and at the end of the production season, these things are now recovered. So I think we should look at this very critically. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I fully agree what you are saying, you are mentioning, but I just want to respond to that question by giving you an example. If you look at the agriculture specificity in Africa, not only Nigeria, in most of the country we have 60 to 70% of the population fully dedicated to agriculture. It means that you have 30% for the remaining sector. More you concentrate people on agriculture, more your agriculture is underdeveloped, because you are putting a lot of emphasis, and the remaining gap will be the lack of mechanization and the lack of technology and innovation. If you look at the developing countries in terms of agriculture distribution and even agriculture structure, you have more mechanization, less people, and more productivity, and more gain and income. Now, the way we are perceiving our agriculture environment, I think this is where we need to put our fingers. If you consider the entire food system, you will have the primary activities, meaning any crop you want to develop, and you will have the supporting activities. Mechanization is one of them. Mechanization cannot be purchasing tractors or machinery and giving it to the producers. We, since 20, 50, 60 years, we were doing that in all Africa. 2 years after, you will find the tractors without any maintenance. We need to shift. We will be using mechanization in the small part of the entire segment of the value chain, during harvest or during preparation, land development, and so on. Now, how are we going to sync and redevelop and redeploy new mechanisms to use mechanization for the farmers, mainly smallholder farmers, using aggregation as well, but contract farming also? Because if you put your effort in terms of mechanization under aggregation without selecting a proper off-taking of systems, you will fail, because access to market will be very limited. You will put your effort, you will produce more, but you're not able to access to market or to sell. You will have a lot of surplus. Now, I remember I had the experience here to work with a real model in Nigeria, Hello Tractor, and you know that. Hello Tractor was a model, not giving tractors to the farmers, but using the model to develop services related mechanization. We will have a proper maintenance system, a dedicated services, and the smallholder farmer will be fully focused on production. It's what he can do. How are we gonna ensure that the crop he is putting with good agriculture practices, fertilizer, good fertilizer, advisory service will be done, and he will receive additional support from mechanization provided by other entities. You may agree with me that look at what the Indians are doing in terms of mechanization in India. They are aggregating. They have aggregators. That's why they are developing low-cost mechanizations like all these tractors related to Mahindra, Soholonix, and so on. Very cheap, but affordable, but not sustainable at certain level compared to John Deere or New Holland or Massey Ferguson. This is exactly our modus operandi, and we are trying to work closely also with the smallholder farmers to take it and to make it happen in terms of aggregation. This is the main word. Aggregation is part of our model, and it's also integrated. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question very quickly. Please keep it very short.
Okay, my name is Engineer Noura Salman Abdullahi. I'm the MD, CEO of Afri Agro Allied Limited. I also wanted to point some fingers on the training aspect of for the smallholder farmers, you've been talking about warehousing and what have you, but extension services, what do you do to train the smallholder farmers on the best farming practices with what they have? How do they really, what they need to do to be able to increase their yield within the facilities, or what they can be able to reach out to? So it's just about training, and then how they can be able to train the smallholder farmers using extension services or what have you. Do you have any model for that?
Yeah, I think we have a model, not a ready-made model, but it depends on the context we are working. If you look at the line ministers, I mean the executing agency of our projects, sometimes it's under the Minister of Agriculture, sometimes under the Minister of Livestock, sometimes under the Minister of Production, Livestock and Agriculture. And extension services are related to them, because you have the Ministry of Agriculture and you have the line ministries. You have line ministries fully dedicated to advisory service. They are not really providing real training mechanism, but they are creating incentive. And for me, dedicated training belongs to the private sector. It's a service, and the service cannot be, sometimes I have the resources, sometimes I don't have the resources. We need to create incentive to enable private sector to come in and to become also service provider. That's why for me, extension service is really something to more, promote and develop, and we need to shift from extension service related ministries, meaning government, to an extension services belonging to the private sector. Thank you.
Mr. Ufali Baji, they really came prepared for you today. Thank you so much for those insightful questions. We will now proceed with a group photo for our panelists. Thank you to our distinguished panelists. Photographers, please come forward as quickly as possible. Once again, would like to appreciate our distinguished speakers, and of course, thank you to the audience for those insightful questions as well. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, very shortly we will be taking the closing remarks, but right before then, we would have two very short speeches. Right after now, once the panelists have returned to their seats, we'll be taking two speeches. And right after, we will have the closing remark. We want to appreciate you for your time with us so far. Thank you once again to our distinguished speakers as they kindly return to their seats. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to make welcome for the first speech, Honorable Ahmed Rabiu, National Vice President, representing National President Nasima the Nigeria Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture.
Thank you so very much. Highly eminent and distinguished gentlemen and ladies, no, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to, when it gets to this kind of level, time is fast spent. I'm going to do a very abridged protocol, recognizing the ISB group head of delegation, and then importantly, recognizing the district head from whose domain I happen to be a servant. He is a former minister and a former vice president of Islamic Development Bank, Dr. Mansur Muhtar. I must recognize him as the district head in Kano, and he's also among 5 kingmakers in Kano. And so I recognize you, sir. And through you, I recognize the rest of the eminent, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ahmad Raviu, founder and managing director of Dala Inland Dry Port. I'm national vice president of NASIMA, representing the national president, engineer Tijani, and Engineer Jani. And he has asked me to deliver a brief remark, which is in about 3 pages. But by virtue of what I find myself in now, I just spoke with him that I will speak only to the issues. And recognizing who we are, NASIMA is a business membership organization. And we have brought here about 76 members to this event. And we have generally we have 74 city and state chambers of commerce. We have 17 bilateral chambers. We have 16 business associations. We have 508 corporate members, and that includes Dangote, Bua, and virtually every other. I mentioned only these top 2, but virtually every corporate organization that is today worth its name as a corporate organization is our member. We are able to communicate, bring our members together, build capacity in them, and are able to also confirm as to whether they are real and persons that you are credible, that they are persons worthy of your attention. So we have listened to the presentation that you made, which is robust, and the subsequent other presentations have shown to us much more than what we had ever expected. You are already touching on the lives of many Nigerians, or many world citizens, touching the matters of economy. You have done quite well. What you have said is only there for the taking. One item that we believe we can seek your continuing increase in support is the area of knowledge sharing and capacity building. Today in Nigeria, you do, for those who are around who read our papers, that grudge on issues that are business opportunities. Everything in Nigeria today, if you say electricity is not adequate, even corruption, because it's also a business. To fight corruption, you can establish an institution and lobby group. There are so many other things that Nigerians are today complaining against, but in actual sense, they are business opportunities. Based on what you are doing on knowledge sharing and capacity building, we believe NASIMA, we are ready, and we seek your kindness to partner with us in ensuring that the knowledge is spread and people are given capacity to exploit these opportunities. The support in infrastructure. A lot of issues come in to be crafted on matters of policy, federal government policies, state government policies, and also we come up as business membership organizations with our plans, but inadequacy of infrastructure leads to a lot of blockages. A person will take some money, like it has just been mentioned, tractors will be given, and a year after or 2 years after, you find that the person is not able to maintain it because it was not given in a way that it was a business. It was given as a charity. And once it goes out as charity, the person does not lose any sleep. Will not invest in making sure that it is maintained. So on account of that, we believe our partnership will bring to the fore issues like development of inland ports, development of other road facilities, also investing massively in the transport vehicles. And so generally, special economic zones as well, I have seen the presentation. So we just need to work together and widen the reach. We have already had the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Development in Nigeria. The presentation was robust, and it has given us more hope through the renewed hope agenda, and we are hopeful that if you come up with some strategic partnership issue, particularly on knowledge sharing and capacity building, we believe we will be able to spread the word, and people will understand that they do not need to grudge anybody or begrudge anybody on anything that is not adequate today, because it is a business opportunity that we should all join hands to provide, including security and every other thing. They are all business opportunities that NASIMA believes if we work, partner with the Islamic Development Bank on these issues, we should be able to help many to really have means of earning a living, and also take a lot of people off the unemployment table and get the socio-economic well-being of our country and the globe and the world as a whole improved. So I want to thank you. These are the words of my national president, Engineer Jani, that we should say to you, Engineer Jani Ibrahim, the national president says I should convey to you his appreciation on what you have done so far and what you are doing, and particularly appreciate the robust program that has been presented, and to assure you that NASIMA is there. And the program that is coming up in June, we assure you we will be there in our numbers. Yes, we are here in the numbers, we will be there in even much more, because just recently you are aware of the challenges in air movement, but the time for June is good enough for us to plan, and we pray that by the grace of God, the world will be a better place. There will be improved peace. The battle going on now, the war going on in the Middle East and Iran, we are hopeful, the US, Israel and Iran, we are hopeful that by the grace of God, the world would have been calmed down and life resumed everywhere to be happy. So I thank you so very much. I look forward to our continuing increasing partnership. Thank you so very much, and may God bless.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly for the second speech, I'd like to welcome up stage Samira Saleh, Executive Secretary, Women Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, WASIMA. A round of applause, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Allow me to stand on all existing protocols. Thank you for having us. I'm here not sent by a man. I'm here to represent the Women's Chamber of Commerce. So I'm here to represent the Women's Chamber of Commerce, Mines, Industry and Agriculture. So while the conversation around women businesses is always around micro enterprises, WASIMA was established to change that narrative. So as a national body with a presence across 36 states, our mandate is to move women from the margins of the economy to enter into strategic power. Our work sits at the intersection between policy, enterprise development, and economic inclusion. We recognize ISDB groups through entities like the ICD and the ITFC that were mentioned earlier, and as a commitment to the private sector development and trade finance. We operate as a bridge to this ecosystem. We're not just seeking participation, we're building pathways for women-led businesses to scale and compete within frameworks like the AFCFTA. We're particularly aligned with initiatives like the Brave Women Nigeria project. We believe that empowering women and youth in high-growth sectors like mining and agriculture does more than help a single business. It stabilizes an entire value chain and drives national GDP. Digital inclusion and strategic growth is our current priority in ensuring that the women-led MSMEs possess the digital skills, fintech's access and mentorship required to drive a modern and competitive market. We see the ISDB Group's country engagement framework as a vital opportunity to ensure that this inclusive growth translates into tangible capital and technical support for women-led enterprises. So our call to action today is twofold. For the entrepreneurs, we invite women-led businesses that are ready for advocacy and high-level growth to join our membership. And then for ISDB and partners, we're seeking to partner with ISDB to design integrated programs combining financing, capacity building, and market access to accelerate the growth of women enterprises across Nigeria. We're here to ensure that the future of Nigerian industry is inclusive, innovative, and led by women who are ready to own their own space in the market. We look forward to more meetings and deliberations with ISDB so we can align our goals with ISDB's strategic vision for Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the conclusion of the formal program for today's ISDB Group Day in Nigeria, we would like to extend our sincere appreciation to all our speakers, participants, partners, and organizers for making this event a success. We are confident that the engagements initiated here today will lead to stronger partnerships and impactful outcome for Nigeria and ISDB Group. Now, to conclude our program, we'll be having 2 closing remarks. Please join me as I make welcome Korkajan Aminov, Country Operations Manager, ISDB, to give the first closing remark. A round of applause, please. And with him is Obioma Asuzu, Country Economist, ISDB. A round of applause.
Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. Distinguished guests, partners, colleagues, on behalf of ISDB Group, I would like to thank you all for joining today's event, for your participation, active participation. Your engagement and insights made this event a real success. Thank you very much for that. In particular, I would like to thank His Excellency, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy in Nigeria, Mr. Adebayo Olawe Edun, and Brother Anas, Director General of the country programs at ISDB, for your kind presence and highlighting the importance of this strategic event and our partnership today. So the importance of today's event was best captured by Brother Anas, who noted in his statement that the ISDB Group remains deeply committed in its mission to enhance strategic partnership with Nigeria by prioritizing operational excellence and the accelerated delivery of transformative projects. Going forward and building on this commitment to excellence, as you all have witnessed in today's session, there are lots of opportunities that ISDB Group can provide to Nigeria and it can be achieved through the synergy of our specialized entities. Today, you saw presentations from ISEC, ICD, ITFC, and ISDBI, and that gave us an understanding of the profound impact of their work that can come across different, that they did in different countries and can do in Nigeria. By integrating all these capabilities, ISDB Group can offer a holistic value proposition that combines public financing, trade finance, private sector equity, and risk mitigation, operating no longer as separate parts, but as a fully synergized multi-pillar development ecosystem. Furthermore, the strength of this ecosystem was further evidenced during our bilateral B2B and B2G meetings. And during these sessions, as you've witnessed, representatives of the group engaged with business leaders, investors, and financial institutions to explore specific opportunities and ideas for cooperation and partnership. We were also privileged to witness inspiring success stories implemented in Nigeria alongside local entrepreneurs and international institutions, proving that our model of capital with purpose is already delivering results on the ground. These proven successes demonstrate that scaling up interventions has now become essential to drive the deep transformation and private sector development required to align with Nigeria's national agenda, as highlighted during our discussions today. And going forward, Sister Obioma will describe how it will be done by ISDB Group. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The intention is to align the bank with the Renewed Hope agenda, which will be through our strategic roadmap, the country engagement framework. The CEF reflects the necessity of shifting our focus from small isolated projects to large-scale federal programs. This evolution enables us to deploy resources with greater velocity and broader geographic impact, ensuring our interventions provide a unified, sustainable foundation for Nigeria's growth. As a systemically important member of the Islamic Development Bank Group, Nigeria holds a strategic place within the bank. And our mission remains clear, which is to move beyond economic stability toward a future of rapid growth and better opportunities for all Nigerians, which will be achieved together with Nigerian institutions here present. In closing, let us remember that this transition towards a high-growth economy is a journey we take together. The Islamic Development Bank Group is your dedicated partner in this mission, committed to fostering a trajectory of progress that scales across every sector of the economy. Let us carry the momentum from today to move forward and work together for many more years of transformative impact. Thank you all for coming, and we wish you a safe journey back to your various destinations. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you. On behalf of the Islamic Development Bank Group, thank you for being part of the ISDB Group Day in Nigeria. We wish you a fruitful networking session and safe travels. Have a wonderful evening.
And anytime you say make you give me chop, you know even they try a jara. Oh, you know they are jara, 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 jara. Oh my licha, waiting there for your list where I know fit to buy my licha. See you my girl, I swear you they give me ginger.
baby. I miss you, baby. But I'm out here thinking.